Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are today. It's 9/11, coming off of really a crazy night yesterday with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I think a crazy time in history. What's going on right now, and of course, we're going to be covering a lot of things this morning. We've got CPI and other things, but joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart.
Good morning, all.
And we have macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning, chat. Hope everyone is doing good. I put a tweet out last night, and I said, it's hard to do the right thing. It's hard to be a good person. It's easy to fall to evil, right? And I think that in this world today, seeing someone assassinated for public discourse, social discourse, is having conversations with people at a college campus is jarring.
Yes.
And we're not a political show. We're not going to dig too deep into this, but I just want to say, do the right thing, man. Be good people. I really think it comes down to so much of, my upbringing, my parents, and just, like I said, it's hard to do hard work. It's hard to be a good person. It takes effort, right? It's easy to succumb to evil. It all starts within you, and we all have a choice. And I just think that this country is going, I think, in the wrong path. I think we've desensitized humans. I think social media has totally, taken us in the wrong way. You see arguments every day on FinTwit. It's why I don't tweet as much as I used to, because it's just almost not worth it. And again, we're not going to solve those problems here today, but it's a time, I think, of really reflecting on where we are as a country and as people. I don't know if you guys have anything to say about any of this, but.
Yeah, no, I woke this morning to looking at my son's social media, and he's only 12 years old, and it just said R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And I wondered why, why did he post that? We didn't really talk too much about it, and he doesn't know Charlie Kirk, but he sees Charlie Kirk on his TikTok. He sees him and he said to me on the way out, he's like, I don't get it. We don't get into the opinions of why or what exactly. You said. Why do they do it? All he does is debate people, right? That's like the narrative.
Exactly.
Like he's out there talking to kids. He's out there, and so for a young kid, my young sons who are see him on there, to see that grotesque image, to see that repeated over and over on social media, it's traumatic. And so, we'll have to have a longer conversation,
no doubt.
This evening about what's going on in the state of the world. But for all the kids out there who are watching, waking up this morning to that kind of news, it's wild, and the country's on a bit of a knife's edge here, right? You can see the discourse and. Hopefully, cooler heads prevail in the coming days and weeks, and we'll get through it together. But we may not, and we'll have to deal with those things.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just I don't really have a lot of words. I posted something that on X, basically saying it was a line from a J.R. Tolkien poem, just saying tragedy has happened, but we can hopefully rise up and. Above the loss and grief.
Right. 9/11 was a time where it was chaos. I was on the trading floor on 9/11 at New York, Chicago. And coming off of that, and I'll share my 9/11 story today. I was always kind of planning on talking about that, which is nothing crazy, just where were you at 9/11? It was just going to talk about that. And it's just coming off of that day, and I'm not comparing yesterday to 9/11. It's a very different thing, but it comes down to sometimes when these tragedies happen, I never saw the country more united following 9/11.
Right.
And people probably young people don't remember it, but it was just I wouldn't say the country was even in any sort of weird or bad place. We didn't have social media then. I actually had a flip phone. The country was what the country was, but following 9/11 was a time where you saw people on the streets. You saw crime down across the board because it kind of it just felt like this sudden calmness about it. It's just the weirdest thing. If you guys remember, it was I think the only thing I could even compare to 9/11 in my life was kind of like COVID, impacts afterwards, where all of a sudden just everybody just kind of was calmed down. And we've just seen an escalation. It's just crazy what's going on. I feel like every day I'm logging in on Twitter and it's just a murder or it's something. It's just what the hell is going on, man? But anyway, we got to move forward because we've got to talk about markets here in CPI. But I couldn't not address it because it bothers me that where we are with people and, in this country and in this world globally. I think this is a global issue. This isn't just a local U.S., United States thing. But I'm going to share my 9/11 story with everybody. It's 9/11, I was on the trading floor. I was a member of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange at that time. I was actually had made my full transition over to becoming an electronic trader. And I remember I was on the floor that morning doing out trades. It was probably like 6:30. I was usually there. So, there for maybe a little bit of time, hour maybe it takes me to do out trades, if that. If you don't know what out trades were, it's just like every day we would write trades. The next day we'd look at them on paper and you have to say, oh, I traded with VXD or Morty or Flem or whatever. And that's how we would make sure that those transactions were good and we were flat. We come into the day. So I was actually working as a clerk for out trades and I would go and trade electronically from there. At the time, I went upstairs at my desk, and I went and I sat down, and I remember it was called Spike 2. It was like the first electronic desk really at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. It was the first time like trading technologies had just gotten introduced maybe like a year prior. We went from trading on GL1 to TT. And so basically the CME supported GL1 on the floor, and upstairs I had TT. It's kind of an interesting situation, but I went upstairs and I was trading on TT and I was looking up at the screen and I was short 4 minis. And I'll never forget it. And all of a sudden, Mark Haynes comes on. And I don't know if you guys, I know they remember Mark Haynes, but not everyone probably remembers Mark Haynes. But he was the CNBC lead, and he was the best. I thought he was great. I used to watch Mark Haynes every single morning. He's like, oh, plane just hit the World Trade Center. And I'm sitting there, I'm short 4 minis, and the market had dipped a little bit, and then it had come right back, And we didn't have the algos. We did, but they weren't not today, Next thing you know, I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, these are pretty good. Next thing I'm short 80 minis, right? Market's breaking. My risk manager comes up to me. He's like, Deli, I think, and this was maybe a little bit of time in between there after the first building had hit. And I'm sitting there and the market was not really doing much at all. Nobody knew that was a terrorist attack. I can't explain it enough. I'm sitting there short the market and the market's it broke a little bit, but it was barely moving. I'm short 8 minis. I'll never forget it. Frank Mann was my risk manager. He comes up to me. He's like, Deli, we're not going to open today. Apparently, we're worried about some potential threats here at the CME as well. He's like, we're just not going to open. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, oh gosh, okay. I cover my position. I think I made whatever it was, doesn't matter. Few bucks. Walking outside, the whole world's coming into the city, and I'm leaving the city. I'll never forget that moment for the rest of my life because everyone's coming off the train coming into the city, and because I was at the Merc early, and a lot of traders were leaving too. I'm walking, if you ever been in a major city, you're walking, like New York City or Chicago, all of flow of traffic comes into the city from the trains, not against it. And I'm trying to bobbing and weaving. I get on the train, there's nobody there. I call my dad. I'm like, hey, you want to meet for breakfast? He's like, yeah. I go, did you hear about this plane? He's like, no. I'm like, all right. I get off the train. World totally changed, right? Now my brother was still downtown. All of a sudden there was all these things. And I'll never forget, I think, what 9/11 did to trading, and I know what it did at CME and how everything changed. I mean, there was a time where we came into CME where we walked straight in up to the escalators, and you just walked up, there was a turnstile, and you just had a key card get on the floor. But there was nothing else. There was no, you had a key card to get in the elevator, no security. You could have walked right up to the turnstile and looked right in and saw the opening of the floor. That's how I went for my first job. And you think about how much society has changed from that point. I can't even begin to tell you. And obviously it escalated because we closed for a week. Some of you may not know that, but we closed for a week during 9/11, opened back up. And I was one of the few electronic traders at that time. And I just remember just everyone kind of being like, well, that was the beginning of the turn. That is really, to me, when all of a sudden everyone was like, wow, we better brace electronic because what happens if we can't be here? What happens if something happens? The world changed in 9/11 in so many ways, but that's kind of a trading story. Where were you, Craig, when that happened?
Yeah, I was in Manhattan. It was my first job out of college. I was working at Credit Suisse. I had pulled an all-nighter the night before. Got a phone call from my girlfriend, who's now my wife, who's at about 8:40, I think. And she said, where are you? I said, I'm sleeping. She said, plane just hit the World Trade Center. I said, what are you talking about? I watched the second one hit on TV. Didn't know what to do. 21-year-old kid in Manhattan. Decided to go into the office, see what's going on. We were able to see kind of downtown from 11 Madison down to Wall Street, see the smoke, and just kind of everyone was like, what's going on here? What do we do? And unfortunately for me, I had a tough boss, and he made me work the entire day. I'll never forget his name. I won't disclose it now, but I wound up working until about midnight that night on an unnecessary pitch book to attract new business, and wound up leaving at about, like I said, about midnight. It looked like vanilla sky. There was nobody around. Dust was everywhere. It was just an eerie thing. Wound up, walking home a few blocks to where my apartment was, and just never really properly reflected on what happened that day, and then came the next day and kind of was like back to work a little bit. But a 21-year-old kid just kind of didn't really know what's up. Only in hindsight did you realize how important that was, the magnitude of it, and kind of how you said, how society changed, how the country changed, and how united the country became. And it's not clear to me that that's the type of reaction. Not to go back to the first topic, but it's not clear to me that's the type of reaction we're going to get from this kind of tragedy. Yeah, and people in the chat are mentioning there were other shootings yesterday too, not just the Charlie Kirk shooting.
I didn't even know that.
And so you're right. Look, the gun violence in this country is a big issue, right? And hopefully we can move together. I'm afraid we won't, and there will be market implications of things like this, right? And we've been talking all week in the last couple of weeks about vol suppression. These are the types of things that could unleash vol in some capacity. That has implications for markets. That's why these are relevant, conversations for markets, right? How are market participants going to be thinking about these types of events? So
yeah, and we're humans first. We're not going to spend a ton of time on this. We're going to be focusing on markets. That's what we do here. But again, we look at this as it's trading. It's a community, and I think that the problem with social media and the problem with the world is everything is so fragmented. Everybody's got their opinions, but there's not a lot of what I don't like is that there's not social discourse that, it takes balls to talk to somebody in the face. That's why I like being on the trading floor. If we saw somebody else who was trading or whatever, we all had to have this mutual respect because we had to look each other in the eye and actually talk things through. And I think that's what's changed a lot. Shall I get to any news that we have this morning? Obviously, we talked about, some of the not good things, but what's going on in markets?
So in markets, kind of a light news day. We're waiting on ECB decision. They are expected to hold rates. We have the Swiss. Interesting. We have 39% tariffs on Switzerland. So they are proposing that its gold industry builds a refinery in the United States and increases its processing capacity here as part of a plan to reduce U.S. trade tariffs. Interesting news. We have top Beijing advisor says China should ditch NVIDIA for its own tech. That obviously would have implications for NVIDIA if China decided to stop buying their chips. So something obviously to keep an eye on. And then, of course, a lot of talk about CPI and how perhaps the bond bulls may be getting ahead of themselves a little bit.
Yeah, coming into CPI today, I think the one thing we have to watch for is we had a cooler PPI, and you talked about this yesterday in the afternoon, which I thought was really spot on, was that if it's cooling at that kind of rate, and I put this in my morning note this morning, are we really not slowly slowing, Craig? Are we rapidly slowing? Are things slowing, worse? And again, if CPI comes out today cooler, let's talk about those scenarios. I think that's where we go next. I'll do a quick market update of where we are, and then we'll talk about scenarios for CPI. So S&P coming in up $13.5 today. NASDAQ up 69. Shout out to Farm. RTY up 3.6. Dow is up 77. Energy down a little bit today. Heating oil down 1.7%. Crude oil down 70 cents, 68 cents right now. Gold has come off. That's a story. To me, gold, what happened off that cool CPI or PPI is interesting. We've got copper down 1/3 of 1%. Silver down 1/4 of 1%. Not much. Platinum down almost 1%. That's nothing for platinum. It's down $12. Bond market rotated a little bit as well. So you had that cooler CPI print. But yet bonds are down today, cooler PPI, and but yet bonds are down today, and I think that's something to note. Dollar up a little bit against currencies. Bitcoin and Ethereum both getting a little bit of a bounce, and that it's a good time to plug that we got Raoul Pal here today, and we'll be discussing what's going on in crypto. Craig, scenarios for CPI today?
Yeah, expectations for core CPI are 0.3%. Probably if you go out to two decimal places, it's like 0.33, 0.34%. So with some folks who are at 0.35. So we could get a 0.4, which would be kind of a hawkish, hot CPI, and 3.1% core CPI year over year. So yesterday's PPI was weaker than expected. Kind of shows that some of the price increase ability or companies' abilities to push through pricing is starting to, face a little bit of trouble. Maybe suggestive of a bit of a margin squeeze kind of coming through the chain here. All signs here for this CPI are that it's going to be firm. I think because last month's PPI was firm, and there's a little bit of a lag to how CPI works versus PPI. But I think on a hotter than expected CPI print, fixed income is going to sell off. We've priced in an aggressive rate cutting cycle at this point with odds of 50, 10, 15% for September and, north of 3 cuts for the rest of this year. If that I think maybe we've hit kind of peak easing expectations if we get that hot CPI. And so with the fixed income sell off, I don't really think equities are going to, particularly enjoy that because we've kind of been talking about how rate cuts have been part of the Goldilocks narrative here, vol suppression. A big move higher in yields is going to take up bond vol. It's going to take up FX vol. Gold's going to get hit, which has been a place where people are comfortably long. So could unravel a little bit of the equity market story. On an ice cold CPI, I think that's the interesting kind of unknown situation here because it would be indicative of a real rates rising environment, right? If inflation is falling and yields aren't falling commensurate, then real rates are rising. That's kind of a tightening condition. That's a little bit what the PPI was saying yesterday too. So if there's no pricing power, consumers are not, dealing with the tariffs, they're just not buying, then we kind of talk about this rapidly slowing economy. That narrative could start to fit in. I still think that markets probably don't unravel on a massively cool CPI, but there'll be more of that narrative into next week, into Powell, about whether or not they're doing enough. Do they need to go 50? And what's going to happen? So I think that's kind of the lay of the land.
I mean, I agree with you.
ECB held. Sorry, it just came in.
Oh, it just did? Did we get any movement anywhere, Shy? Was Euro move much?
Not really. Yeah. It was expected.
Yeah, Euro broke a little bit. Dollar bounced. Yeah, small though. All going to be about what happens today with CPI again. Shai, let's talk about expectations for the data because you yesterday mentioned, I just want to make this clear before you talk about it, and I think both of you guys touched on this. A cool CPI, it might lead a little bit into or I keep saying CPI, a cool PPI might lead into a CPI, but not necessarily. Talk about that.
Right, correct. And, I think the markets got a little bit worried. We saw, that initial reaction was higher, but then we sold off during the day because it was so cool, maybe people are worried about, or markets are worried about growth in the economy. So we'll see what CPI holds. Now, PPI does not include import prices. But CPI does. And so that's going to make a difference. So we'll see what it is. Most of all of the estimates are pretty much in line between, everybody's pretty much in line. I think the lowest I saw was 2.7% up to 3%. So everybody's pretty close in line month over month as well as year over year. So everybody's pretty much expecting the same thing. So my thoughts are if we get it much hotter or much cooler, the markets are really going to react. If it comes in line with what the survey says, then we probably won't get a lot of reaction from the markets.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like, right? I mean, after yesterday, that afternoon fade, what'd you think about that, Craig?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of kind of what we've been talking about this vol suppression and this 6505 strike, right? And the street being having in a positive gamma position. So it's hard for us to really materially break away from where the options levels are, and so we kind of gapped up there in the morning, led by Oracle, led by Nvidia. I saw a stat that Nvidia, Oracle, and Broadcom collectively contributed 55 points to the S&P yesterday. We would have been down 50 basis points without the three of those names. So there was a massive dispersion going on. I think the average stock was down like 1.5% yesterday in the S&P. So you had really top-heavy aggregation, and we keep seeing a lot of that. S&P struggling to materially break higher, but idiosyncratic single stock alpha all day long based on the Oracle news and the implications for NVIDIA and Broadcom. That meant that IWMs were struggling and other sectors kind of underperformed. Today we may see a similar situation. Sticky at the S&P level, but because of the inflation or deflation, maybe certain names do better, certain names do worse, and maybe we don't really break away from these strikes. But I think the narrative will be set in hindsight, right? The markets will move, and if they go down because of it will be set. Well, it was because of this, but really the market is people are in, right? CTAs are long. We've been talking about this.
Exactly.
Vol control funds are long. The passive community is in there. So small things like Brent Johnson was talking about earlier this week, it could be small, things that actually lead to larger moves. And in hindsight, we say, oh, it's because of X, Y, Z. But really, it was the market that was kind of set up to move. And we just kind of backfilled the narrative.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and you look at the way the action is, it's like, I mean, I was watching it yesterday in the afternoon. Obviously, I'm still long Russell, but it's just like, I'm looking at it going, and they just, like, there is no, I mean, the volatility is not only is it, it's just gone. I mean, there's just, it's like the little bit that we get, it just disappears so quickly. I mean, you really have to be careful as a day trader right now not to get chopped up in this. It's like, if you get one or two bad trades, it's like, man, you really better wait, because it gets really quiet, and again, we are in this wait and see mode. Let's not forget, we are getting ready to really start escalating here with rollover.
Right.
So like if CPI doesn't move this market, look, I hate to be the bearer of bad news out here with this, but I just don't expect a lot to happen. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, it's like yesterday I looked at that, I remember seeing Kane, short on the open coming in and like trying to fade that move a little bit. And I think he ended up stopping himself out, and then it like moved, but because it's just this like, and I was watching the way he was executed, him and Leo, and I'm just like, here's like two guys that have been through it a little bit, and they know not to overtrade this, because it's easy to do. And when all of a sudden you miss something, it's easy to jump back in, and then it's dead for hours. And I think that CPI this morning, what I'm going to be looking for is, what does the bond market do again? It's like, and I say this every day right now, but again, when I look at the bond market on the daily chart, I can't get past the fact that, like, look, we are about to potentially try and break out higher here. And if they can't, and we come right back in this range, again, I think it's just a real sweet spot. It would almost, it sets up for equities to just kind of slow, drifty, grindy higher. And now if the bond market rallies, this is what we talked about yesterday, if that number comes in cooler and the bond market rallies, I'm not 100% sure that the stock market will rally on this because of that.
Yeah, I think it's slow. That's slowdown talk, right? That is the bond market getting increasingly concerned about slowdown on the labor front and now on the pricing front too. And so bonds are concerned. We've seen a bit of a bull flattening over the last few days here. I mean, tens have really rallied since that print. Since the first day of the from the first day of the month here. And so, the bond market is clearly becoming increasingly concerned about a slowdown, and a cool CPI would, I think, give more credence to that belief. And stocks seem very disconnected from that bond reality. Now, look, stocks still have, news like Oracle, news like AI and AI CapEx. And so there's a profit story that people are still getting comfortable with, but more cyclical areas of the economy and I mean, transports traded like crap yesterday. There's some talk about subprime, names starting to roll over. There was a subprime bankruptcy yesterday in the auto sector. So there's some of that, dynamic working too. Yeah.
I mean, what would help them is lower rates, right? I mean, if you start looking at what's going to happen with, housing and things like that, lower rates is going to help those stocks and things down the road, you would think. And again, this morning is going to be an interesting moment into the Fed. And
we also have jobless claims too. This is all at the same time at 8:30. We have CPI, core CPI. We've got real average hourly and weekly earnings, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, 10:30, nat gas storage, 12, household change in net worth, and 2 p.m. is the federal budget balance.
So talk about jobless claims, because let's face it, that is also going to be a market mover.
So initial claims are supposed to come in, or the survey is 235. Prior was 237, so they're not expecting a big move in that. And continuing claims at 1.950 million. Prior 1.940 million. So really, we need to look at this number because, again, I keep saying everything's kind of, we're seeing a slow rise, but we're still kind of in line. If we start to see numbers at 300, 325, 350, the market's going to start to get worried. So if we get an outsized initial jobless claims, that's also going to definitely be a market mover. If it comes in line, again, probably nothing, even though we're seeing that slow, steady rise, but it's not enough to really get worried about at this point.
Yeah. And Stephanie Link talked about the averages. She's someone who's come on here and when we've talked about the data, a lot of times we're talking about just the latest data. She's talking about the averages. Talk about that a little bit, Craig. She says it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, even to Tracy's point, saying we're at 235 now for claims. I mean, Tracy and Stephanie talking about up above 300 is a worry spot. So that's quite a bit away. We haven't been up there in a while.
Yeah.
But I think the path to 300, is a problem as well, right? If we start getting 240, 250, 260, kind of in accelerating fashion, or also on continuing claims, we're up against the 2 million mark. They dropped back last week down to 1.95, but 1.94. But if we start seeing that move, that's more people staying longer on the unemployment line. So look, rate of change is important. If we start to see an acceleration here, that's going to concern markets that the labor market really is deteriorating much more rapidly. We're back to school now. We're after Labor Day, right? There's a lot of decisions have been made after summer, and so I think this is the time. Is the economy continuing to chug along, be strong like it has been, or was that a lot of pre-buying in the second quarter, third quarter because of tariffs, and that's over now, and now we have the reality of whatever the economy we have where real spending is, been squeamish and the labor market is falling, that could be more of a concern.
Yeah. Shai, we've got a couple minutes before breaking news, maybe a little longer than that. Yeah, about 3-4 minutes. Let's do a quick preview of the guest today. Exciting to have Raoul on.
We have the one and only Raoul Pal. He is CEO and co-founder of Real Vision and CEO and publisher of his flagship Global Macro Investor. And so I'm sure he doesn't really need an introduction. Everybody knows who he is. But yeah, he's been writing Global Macro Investor since 2005. And so it'll be interesting to get his take not only in the cryptocurrencies, but also on the broader markets.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely talking crypto with Ral.
I know you are.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to speak with Ral. I spoke with him in the past. Great guy. Really love his insight, and he was one of the really early people to talk about crypto. He's been, on top of that space for a long time. And crypto in this administration, I'm really interested to see what his take is on where we are. It's ebbs and flows in crypto, right? It's hot and it's not, and maybe I ask, is it alt season yet? Are we talking about that? I own some meme coins. I know Raoul probably can hear me. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that. But yeah, I definitely look forward to speak with him about that and, of course, see what his thoughts are on the global economy. But before we do that, again, we're a couple minutes out. Let's talk about scenarios again. Gold, right? Gold is a market that yesterday, I don't want to say that like 2 days ago that looks like a decent high, but I will tell you that when I look at it on the chart now, it's one of those things where it's another momentum situation, right? Can gold maintain its momentum? Coming out of PPI yesterday, it couldn't hold it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a real rates dynamic here, as if the rate of inflation is falling more rapidly and nominal yields aren't falling commensurate with that, that's real rates moving higher. That's gold negative, right? And so I think gold's looking for a warmer CPI print to keep this negative real rates dynamic in place. And so yeah, I think that cooler print really, I think it would expose gold, particularly given positioning and how long. I think eventually gold will anticipate the liquidity that's going to be coming from the Fed. I know Raoul will talk about that, just this Fed rate cutting cycle, how much liquidity is going to be coming in to address the slowing economy. But maybe in the interim here, as we're worried about the pace of liquidity, gold could get hit, Bitcoin gets hit, stocks get hit. But the administration is not going to tolerate that for very long, and the Fed's going to react to that too. So maybe after that little deflationary period, things are fine, to exit the year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean I couldn't agree with you more. I think that gold definitely does not want to see a cold CPI right now. I think a lot of those hedges, or maybe not hedges, but people that are long gold might look at that and go, this might be a dynamic that's changing here to rotate out of it. But we'll see. I think a number in line gold continues to build. I don't think gold is going anywhere really for the long term. I just talking more about the short term, where I think that it's a rotational moment.
It's and that's fine. I mean, we've literally been straight up since August.
Bang in line. Very much in line. A little bit hot on core CPI, and headline 0.4 versus 0.3. So it's a marginally higher. Big jump in claims, 263 versus 235 last. So that's a 28,000 jump in initial jobless claims there. So that's your labor market deteriorating, inflation sticky dynamic. So
continuing claims lower, 1.939 million versus expected 1.950 million. And then again, everything pretty in line. Average hourly earnings higher but lower than prior. So 0.7%, so still in positive territory, but prior was 1.2%. So if we do see wages start to come down, that's going to be problematic.
So initial things that I see, Russell outperforming the indexes. You're seeing, NASDAQ and S&P not quite as strong. Dow also is the lagger out of those. Gold remains relatively soft, not really doing much in gold. Bond markets have turned bid. Yeah, right. And so again, I think that's why the Russell benefits here, because you got bond markets going up, rates coming down a touch across the curve, and small caps seeing a minor benefit from it, not much. And again, it's I don't know. I don't think that we do much from here, right? I mean, what does it feel like to you guys coming out of this data point? I think this keeps 25 basis points on the table. I don't think it pushes towards 50, and I think we now are going to start focusing a little bit more on the rollover, and we start eyeing FOMC meeting, which I think that this could have, if it was too hot or really cold, I think you would have saw some decent action coming into today. I think overall, kind of feels like we're contained at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, every day, 70% of option volumes are zero data expiry S&P options. So if we don't move in the beginning part of the day, zero data expiry vol sellers take over at the end of the day, and we don't. But this is a big jump in weekly jobless claims. I think that's really why the bond market is moving like it is. Up. So are we going to rotate into more cyclical, more leveraged things into a slowing economy? That's the initial reaction. I'm not sure that's going to last.
Yep. All right. Craig, that'll be the final thoughts from you for today. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Monday.
Sounds good. Enjoy.
All right, Shai. Again, quick preview for our guest.
Raoul Pal, co-founder and CEO of Real Vision, and also founder of Global Macro Investor.
All right, let's bring in Ral.
Good morning, gang.
Good morning.
Ral, good morning.
How are you?
It's been a while since... I'm doing great. It's been a while since we spoke. I look older. You look the same. I must be that Cayman Islands living. I'm in Naples, Florida. I'm not far south enough to maintain that, Shai. I'm jealous. He always looks the same. It's crazy.
Ageless. He's ageless.
Thank you.
So I have to talk about crypto first with you. I think definitely it goes without saying you were one of the first people to really kind of get me involved more in crypto by watching the things that you were talking about on social media. I was like dipping my toe into it, and then I kind of got like my whole foot in the water with it. I started doing a bunch of different things with it. And of course we go through cycles with crypto, and here we are. We have an administration that's very pro crypto. Bitcoin is really ramped up. You've got Tom Lee now talking about how he's the ETH guy, and crypto is front and center. It continues to grow. It's talked about from the government on down. Where are we in this cycle?
We're still in the middle of crypto. Actually, most risk assets are all driven by the debt refinancing cycle, and so. Where are we? This cycle is somewhat elongated because back in 2021, they pushed out the debt maturity to 5 years. So we've probably got another 9 months, maybe 12 months of liquidity being injected into markets. So that means we've got last 9 to 12 months. Now we've got about $9 trillion of debt to roll over. So that's a lot of liquidity that generally comes into markets. So we're still in that phase where prices start to make all-time highs and tend to accelerate as it sucks in, more speculation from retail investors and others. So for me, it's just like steady as she goes. We've seen these cycles before. It's the same cycle that works for the NASDAQ. It's the same cycle that works for everything. Some things are leads, some things are lag. So, I'm just super constructive over time.
I want to talk to you about meme coins because we see new things coming into crypto all the time, right? We had the NFT craze, right? I mean, I even had NFT. I had horses. I don't know if you even knew what Z.Run was, but I owned a bunch of ETH horses. We're not going to go there today, Raoul. It's different time. But meme coins are coming in right now. They're coming in pretty hot. What are your thoughts on them?
So, meme coins are just speculation on attention. What people do, particularly younger people on the internet, it's an attention-based economy. And memes are just that. Kind of everyone knows it's a joke. The whole thing has cooled down a lot now, so there's much less speculative activity in it. But really what memes are to me is battle testing via massive speculation, the idea that you can form capital instantly in huge amounts. If you think of the Trump coin, that coalesced about $10 billion of capital in 2 hours. It's kind of showing where the future of kind of VC and capital markets is going. And what we're doing, much like we did with NFTs, is battle testing it at scale via speculation. NFTs have come back in the high end of art, where I've been a collector. There's a lot going on there, but NFT technology will be used for many things. It's just a contract that can appear for, a contract for the internet, essentially. And so what we're doing is battle testing this. So memes, are not the hot thing right now. Maybe they'll come back, maybe they won't. It's not really the thing that, yes, we've all played around in it, but, for me, it's like 5% of my portfolio I've ever invested in them, but I do it for the fun of it.
So, and then I also wanted to just touch up before we get into the broader economy. I wanted to touch on stable coins because we had Goldman Sachs said, it's the summer of stable coins. What does stable coins actually mean? And is it a prelude to like a CBDC?
So stable coins are basically just a crypto wrapped dollar. And think of it as a money market fund. It's a money market fund based with dollar debt, so usually T-bills. And that allows dollars to be transferred instantaneously without the banking rails. So it's a hugely disruptive technology. The whole world has been run by the Eurodollar market, which is foreign banks, generally out of Japan, some in Southeast Asia and some in Europe, that lends dollars out to the system and borrows dollars from the United States. But that doesn't get to individuals. Stablecoins means now that anybody, anywhere in the world can get access to the US dollar. So it's a big market and growing very fast. Scott Bessent said he thinks it's a $3 trillion market in the next few years. I don't disagree. And that means he's got $3 trillion of debt buying by a new entity. So it's a good way of servicing debts. I think the idea of a CBDC is dead in the US. I think they'll allow the private sector because it works well for them. They sell their debt. Crypto rails are very transparent anyway, so everyone can see where the money moves around. Europe seems hell-bent on a CBDC. But really, nobody's using the dollar for this kind of stuff. It's all about the euro. It's all about the US dollar. So this is creating more excess dollar dominance. I know you've had Brent on recently. That whole trend of the US dollar eating the world continues because of stuff like this.
Absolutely. And then let's move on to kind of the broader economy. We have, debt levels rising, particularly in the G7. Does this matter? Or can we just keep servicing the debt, keep going the way that we are?
It matters and it doesn't matter. Optically, it doesn't matter because asset prices go up because we have to print money to service the debt. Now, they're printing money globally, fiat printing, measured via global liquidity. They're printing at about 8% a year. So we're all losing purchasing power of our earnings by about 8% a year versus assets. And then you add in regular inflation on top, which is different of, let's say, 3% globally. So you've got an 11% hurdle rate to make any money. That's huge. A lot of people don't understand this. Now, a lot of people say, well, what happens if they didn't do it? They shouldn't do it. They're printing money. I think of it as that you're paying 8% as an insurance policy to stop the down 80%. Because, if you end up with a debt deflation, it becomes a bigger problem overall. So look, debt is a problem. It slows down economic growth, and we get robbed of the value of our earnings versus assets over time. So it's a big issue, but it's better to do this, I think, than let the whole system burn, it's a weird world that we live in, right? But, in the end, you can protect yourself by just owning assets, if you can.
Where does gold fit in this whole equation with you?
So gold shifts around somewhat in what it reacts to. It was mainly a function of real rates for a period of time. Since 2022, 23, it now seems to be almost exactly financial conditions. Financial conditions, we use the GMI Financial Conditions Index, which is kind of a regression of rates, oil and industrial commodities plus the dollar. That tends to lead everything by about 9 months. And gold seems to be matching that right now. So it's kind of current financial conditions. And if you map it out against crypto, NASDAQ, all of that kind of stuff, it tends to lead by about 6 to 9 months. So as we continue to lower interest rates, the dollar may weaken a bit further still, then we should probably see financial conditions keep weakening or financial conditions getting easier and the dollar going up. And then once that process stops, and I don't know when that is, that will give us the 9-month lead to where the cycle peaks. So it's actually very important to watch gold right now, but it seems steady as she goes for the time being. Let's see if the dollar makes new lows. If it does, gold continues to rise.
I want to go talk about your letter. When you put it out, what are the things that you're the most optimistic on, and what are the things that scare you the most about the current market environment?
I'm just generally very optimistic on risk assets of where we are in the cycle. The business cycle is still subdued. The ISM is still below 50, and all of our forward-looking indicators suggest that it picks up going forwards. And that picks up things like, as Tracy focused on the oil markets, commodity markets, all of that stuff is still to come. So I'm pretty bullish on most assets. I don't lose a lot of sleep over, the huge tail risks. I think we've removed a lot of tail risks via the printing of money because it lowers the denominator and optically makes assets go up. So there's nothing I'm particularly fearful of. Yes, there's always going to be short-term ups and downs. There's going to be shorter-term panics and everything else. But structurally, the cycle seems to be playing out somewhat longer, but as expected. And so it just should be the sweet spot to hold assets, do nothing if your time horizon is that long. So there's nothing I don't worry about inflation. It's the wrong point in the cycle. I don't worry about, there's not a lot I worry about right now. Doesn't mean I'm not always looking for something to worry about, but there's nothing I actually really worry about.
So do you see at this point, since you just brought up inflation, do you think we continue to see inflation tick higher and we're in some sort of stagflationary environment, or does the economy weaken such that we see a pullback in inflation because you just don't have people participating in the economy?
So inflation is very much lagging behind where the business cycle is, and obviously lags immensely financial conditions and stuff like that. So we call this the business cycle dominoes. So inflation still is being driven really by the deflation or the lowering of the inflation rate of rents and owner equivalent rents and other service sector economy stuff. That still continues for a while. It's the most lagging part of the whole cycle. As rates come lower, it actually lowers owner equivalent rents because of mortgages. And it actually means that the early part of the cycle, when the rate cutting comes, inflation continues to generally weaken. But you get this shift in inflation because commodities are more driven by the business cycle itself and don't lag as much. So you start to see some of those goods inflation starting to pick up over time. But generally, that's early cycle. And the Fed are usually cutting all the way through. Why? Because unemployment is super lagging, and the core CPI is super lagging. So you get this weird spot where you might be seeing oil prices and commodity prices coming up. Everyone's talking about inflation. That's cyclical. And meanwhile, we're still getting some deflationary aspects coming out of this other stuff. And then eventually it all stabilizes. So I still think inflation comes lower, and rates come lower over time. And then we get the normal cyclical inflation. I don't see anything secular here. I don't see any evidence of that. It's virtually impossible with this aging population to create long-term sticky inflation. Whether inflation has changed from its level, from the 2% level to 3% level, I actually doubt it, again, based on longer-term demographics.
Raoul, we have to end it there. I can't thank you enough for your time. I know you're a busy guy. Everyone in chat, make sure you go and check out what Raoul is doing. He's the founder of Real Vision, and a lot more than that. Go check out what he's doing on his X channel. Raoul, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Great to see you both.
Yeah, I had to get some crypto in there.
I know you did.
I couldn't help it.
I know.
I own a couple meme coins. It's kind of, he's talking me out of it. No, it's funny because, I have different buckets of money, and I always have some buckets of money for, what I'm going to do with like things like crypto and what I'm going to do for, my swing trading account and then like my longer term. And really it took me a while to get to the point to be able to do that, but I do right now see more and more opportunities in crypto for like, some stuff to do. And so again, I'm more active in it now than I have been in probably, I don't know, years at least. I don't remember the last time I was this active in it. So nonetheless, final thoughts going into CPI, coming out of CPI and jobless claims.
Coming out of CPI, I think we kind of got through that. Markets were waiting for that, and now everything again is going to be on rollover, and then of course FOMC next week. And you saw that move in the index markets, and they're back to exactly where they were before. Yeah. So the focus is on rollover now, guys. And so don't be surprised if you see some sharp moves in either direction. It's not necessarily news, but it's just people readjusting their positions.
All right, Shai, thank you so much. We'll see you in chat.
All right.
All right, let's talk to Farm. Farm, good morning.
Good morning, Dylan. How we doing?
Doing good. I know Chet's probably giving me shit because I got some meme coins. The only meme coin I own is dog, which is, I like dogs, and, it's... Where do we even go with this, Farm? I mean, right? I kind of flip in and out of them. I've traded. I was lucky to have made money in crypto. I bought some NFTs. I had some ETH. I had Bitcoin. Of course, you never held it long enough, but I continue to trade with the money that I, have made in it. And so, again, I go into those speculative assets in that bucket, and I look at that as an area of when they get hot, And again, it'll always be a small amount of capital that I put towards them, but it's an interesting time, and I can't turn away from the Trump administration being so pro crypto that I think that you're going to have these really sharp moves. That's why I was in and out of ETH. That's why I'm, in and out of some other stuff every now and then, because I do think this is a time where, you buy weakness in them, you can get rotations out of them. Anyway, I'm long Russell too. I mean, I know as Leo said the other day, blink twice, Deli, if you need help. I'm Leo. No, but Russell, again, I have a story for Russell. Let's start there on the chart, because I think, man, I got to tell you, I go back to it. It's like when I look at what's going on in the bond market, okay, let's start there. Bond market's nearing a breakout, right? It's sitting above the highs that they've been in April. Can it sustain this breakout? We had PPI and CPI. Bonds have now rolled over. If bond market keeps going higher, it means long end's going lower. the short end we already know is going lower. They're going to cut at least 25 in September, 50 to 75 the rest of the year. When I see a chart, when the chart starts to line up like this for the bond market, I can't look away from the Russell. And I know that, you know, the correlation is that Russell should do well in rate cutting environments. I wouldn't say that that's a guarantee because nothing is. But the Russell chart has been so bid, and we were above this consolidation that once we started to stabilize above it, and I saw moving averages moving up, and I have the Bollinger Bands continuing to push outward, like they can't have a peak that's like mean reversion in. It just keeps staying pointing out like that. That is a time where I think you could see spikes higher, and I can't look away from it. And to me, the risk reward from a swing basis is just in line for me. You know, I've been buying them basically 2350 up to 2400. I'm long an average of 2375. I didn't buy any yesterday, but again, the risk is cheap. If they take out this low, I know I'm wrong. But if they start to go higher, I could see them going up to 2450 to 2500. I just think that this is a conducive environment for them. Plus, you see them stay overbought near on the RSI, which I look at. And I actually, again, I've talked about this before. I don't use RSI as a tool to get me in or to get me out of anything. I use it as market environment. And it just stays overbought. Not there right now. And that's just bullish. You know, it just stays quietly bid. And I actually like trades like this for swing trades that don't move a ton and they just kind of grind and trend. That's what I look for. And I look for a counter market to help support the theme. Now that we're past PPI and CPI, I do think that Russell probably tries to outperform the indexes a little bit. And so that's what I see. So for day traders, I personally like on the short term buying the dips in Russell over the other markets. I think you're going to have a real bumpy tape in NASDAQ. When I look at NASDAQ, I mean, here's the difference. You know, when you look at NASDAQ, it's still in a consolidation. It is trending, of course, right? But this is a big consolidation here. And I look at it and go, I mean, what do I want to do in this? I mean, this is just like, you know, maybe they make a little bit of a higher high up in here, but this is where we've been now since the beginning of August, really. Let's go back even further, really since somewhat the end of July. We have done this. So we've done nothing. And again, I think that this is not a bearish chart, but I think that when I look at this, I expect a lot of two-way chop. Now, if it could start sustaining above this area and Bollinger Bands could start expanding out and we get some volatility, sure. NASDAQ looks like, you know, I think it could start going higher. But until then, for short-term day traders, two-way tape intraday. I mean, you could trade it long, you could trade it short, you could trade it any way you want. I mean, that's just the way I see it. I mean, I like to find the index that's got a potential lead in one direction. I look at the S&P. This, to me, looks more bullish. When I look at the S&P, we broke out of that consolidation. And Bollinger Band's pointing higher. We're grinding up above moving averages. I know everyone keeps looking for seasonality to be weak in September, but this environment, to me, is nothing. Nothing is showing me weakness yet. And again, we talked about this with Brent Johnson. I get it, right? The fact that everything is kind of baked in, maybe we can't go higher and momentum dies and all of a sudden the selling comes in all at once. The way I look at that is I'll be able to react to that if that does happen. That's the way I see it. I mean, why would I want to try and pick a top? Never works. So I'm trying to go with the trend that I think is the most upside. And I think it's the Russell. But S&P as well to me. I look at the S&P today and say, you want to lean more on the bid than you do on the offer. You got vol compressed. We're behind the inflation data. Fed's looking to cut rates. We're coming out of rollover, or coming into the peak of rollover, I should say. It's like my expectations are pretty low. Unfortunately for day traders, I think it's just like be small and smart. You could probably two-way tape NASDAQ. S&P and Russell, I'd be a little bit more leaning towards the buy side. Even those moves I don't think will be clean, but that's what I see for indexes. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Hey, slap a VWAP on RTY, anchor it to the Jackson Hole low. I think it's tagged it twice yesterday and today. So I figured you'd appreciate that one. And I
really?
Agree.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very clean. It's very clean. On NQ, I agree. It's just been pretty much sideways. It has made for a great trading vehicle, I think. And it's very close to breaking out. It was a little bit disappointing that yesterday came in and even pre-market on the news, it still didn't make a new high. It just came just short. It was a little bit maddening. And then, once again, we had some selling come in at the highs. But, yesterday was one of those hangover days that we've talked about, right? Or at least, we think it was just that as of now, where you get that big gap up and then it just gets faded. Some big sell program. It's probably just grandma taking profits from the 1932 lows, who knows? But it was just oppressive. And then what happens afterwards, Deli? Emperor Palpatine, right? Bulls, 2 week and then unlimited power into the close, and then all overnight it's just max bid, right? So it can make it difficult to trade when you're ripping into new highs, and so that's why I've just been saying cautious on rips, but constructive on dips, because ultimately the dip is being bought every time. Sellers have not demonstrated a willingness to initiate lower. I agree that ES is a little bit more clean. I've got the NQ chart up. Here, I was calling 869 to 885 the final boss, and right now I feel like I need the Scooby-Doo meme, right? Which is like, let's see what's behind this final boss at 869 to 885, and it's like, oh, well, it's the 960 to 980 final boss, right? So we definitely had a seller come in there and was soaking basically these 980s, and that was pretty much the prior all-time high on QQQ, and so. We'll see if they pop that today. So it's going to be key to pop and sustain above 960 to 980 for some upside. But I mean, there's no real trouble on, say, on Q, for example, until 700s are offered, I think. And that's that's not even like the end of the world, right? But that I would consider to be troublesome into today. If we lose 869 to 885 again, it in theory brings that in play. We have to see how the markets, respond to this data, right? We've got the algorithmic response, we get the human response. So far, the initial algorithmic response was to sell the index, right? And it was bid right back up. So we'll have to see what they do at open. It was a pretty decent jump in claims, and it seems like the market is more attentive to that based on what bonds have done today. And so again, like we've had this, softening data. And we've clearly seen some exits being taken on the long side, but no damage done, right? And so I'll flip over to ES because it's just a little bit more clean on what it's doing for this week. I feel like I see this as just very, very clean, very, very pretty. It's trying to put in a nice, clean double distribution week to the upside. And so to me, as long as, roughly these mid-20s are bid, and I'll even provide allowances. I mean, even if we come in and we take out yesterday's low but don't find any traction, it's just going to be the same deal, right? Punish sellers once they've failed. I think once you're offering, 65.15s, it brings in maybe a little bit of trouble. And then, certainly giving back 64.90s would be problematic. So, I mean, sellers have gotten nowhere. They've demonstrated no interest in initiating lower yet. And so to me, that's what you're looking out for, right? I mean, when you get these sell programs come on and look at your 30, I think actually on NQ, it's even cleaner. Just going to zoom in a little bit on NQ. I mean, look at the pattern on your 30-minute candles from yesterday. Yeah. I mean, that was a program, right? Somebody
it does whatever it can to get everyone out. Yep.
So, that's what they were doing. And then once that shuts off, it's go time, right? So, I mean, if you see, some kind of selling come in and, you try to buy that first spot and it just doesn't work, then just a little bit more patience may be required. But ultimately just understanding where those, key technical areas are where, bulls could be in trouble is really all that matters. And so for me, no real trouble until 64.90s are offered on ES. And we're not talking real trouble like bear market shit. I'm just talking about you're going to see some weakness, right? And 700s on NQ. And then your first kind of warning sign, I think today would be, if these 960s and 980s on NQ, remain offered once again, and that leads into an offer, at 869s, let's say, then you're probably going to see continued weakness today. And then for ES, it's really all about just call it 42, 65, 42 is kind of a key spot there. So, but again, no real damage at all until 64.90s are lost. Some additional weakness below, 65, 40, maybe some early weakness below 65, 42. So that's where we're at today. Looks okay. I feel like each day we have to wait for that cash response because the overnights have done their thing, right? And then cash comes in and sometimes it does something completely different. And you just have to pay attention. So you're right, just being selective here. And, I prefer longs, definitely on, or favor longs anyways. I don't prefer them on pretty much all of the indices. And so if you get some selling, you just wait for them to gas out and then just take it the other way.
Yeah, no doubt. I think there's nothing worse for the day traders to come in 2 days in a row and to see that we're in the body of the move off of the 8:30 data. I mean, that's just the worst because it's like, again, it's this almost a similar look to yesterday, right? Where we're kind of near the top part of the body of that move, and it's like, is it a gap and go? Is it going to sell off right when we open? And I agree with you. The sessions have been two totally different dynamics. There has not been flow from one into the next. And I think that with rollover, that makes sense to me, right? So you're going to come in today, you're going to see some money, that's either going to get taken off the table right away or get put into the market right away, as we're still, we're about a day out before I think it starts really ramping up for a roll. Today's Thursday, right? Jeez, I think it's Wednesday. Yeah. It's crazy. Today I think you're going to see some rollover effect today into tomorrow. Now that the data's behind us, it's like, what do you want to do now, right? Do you want to roll some SEP into Dece? And I think that's going to be right when we'll probably see some of that stuff right on the open. I think you're even going to see some like, whoa, like what the hell was that moves right away on the open today as we now have gotten through this data and the roll starts to kind of take full force. But Farm, that does it for us for the week. Thank you so much as usual, my brother, and have a wonderful weekend. I'll see you next week.
Yeah. Take care, Deli. We'll see you.
All right, Chad, good morning. I didn't get a chance to say good morning to everybody. Super busy morning here covering all sorts of different stuff. I can't even go through and list everybody to say hello to, but I got to say hello to the regulars who I love to hear from each and every day. Sometimes they agree with us, sometimes they disagree with us. That's why it's here. It's it's an open forum of discussion, and I love that. I love that what we're building here at NinjaTrader Live. We talk about things, we hear your feedback, we come in, we talk about them, and it's just I love that dynamic, and it continues to grow each and every day. So I appreciate all of you in here. I got to say good morning to Cooper, Paulie, Engineer Bear, Melvin Trade, Steve, Millet, Emilio, Ferry, Airy, Crypto Coin, ING. We had a crypto guy in here today. You don't normally see tons of those in there, but we did have Raoul Pal in here, which was pretty cool, by the way. Infinity Works, Lee B, Joe Keem, 21 Ticks, Miami 85, Larry Pumpkin, Kenshin. We've got, gosh, there's so many. Ricky, Steve, Mark, Colonel. I think I said hi to Cooper already. I say hi to Cooper twice. I met him in person at the meetup. Craig Lenser, Fractal Firmament, of course, Short Life Hacks. My guy loves talking watches, Short Life Hacks. We've got George. Raphael, gosh, there's so many. I'm scrolling through them. Great to get to the bottom. We appreciate all of you guys so much. Paul W, JD, Hey Jude, Raphael, Miscellaneous H, Yolanda, and Mr. Deck. Good morning. All right, everybody, hit that like and subscribe button. We've talked about this on the way to 150,000 subscribers. Tomorrow is Ferragamo Friday. It is, how many things do we have for packs? I had to write them all down, right? We've got, Uncensored Friday. We've got Capital Preservation Friday. All of that comes tomorrow with PAX, which is very exciting. So hit that like and subscribe button because PAX is going to be giving away a pair of Ferragamos. We're probably going to be giving away a pair of Kane's sunglasses that everyone seems to talk about each and every show. And I know we're going to be giving away a lot more stuff. So help us get there. We appreciate you for that. Now, it's Thursday. Tough day, right? Coming off of CPI, we had jobless claims. We've got all these different things going on this week. We're in the heater rollover, and I can't think of two better guys, cool, calm, and collected to talk about it. Let's get ready to trade the open with Chris and Nick.
Raw graphic.
Did that just say Kane and Leo on there?
I mean, I would argue
production.
It is what it is. Good morning.
I didn't hear that. Was that real?
Yeah,
man. It was show Kane and Leo. I would argue that you guys are better looking. Is that what you're going to say, Nick?
Yeah, I was going to make that claim and start start picking a fight with those two, especially if Chris and I get the pleasure of working together a little bit on Thursdays, following up that duo. Yeah, I'm gonna start throwing some stones from Thursday.
Yeah,
I don't even
well,
think it's a
it's
question.
a
You two are
competition
far
for sure.
better
Deli,
looking than them.
you set up a good list of people here.
Yeah, I know. It's those guys better watch out, man. You two together. I mean, this is like, I'm surprised that we don't have. I'm gonna have to check our stats when we leave here and see how many women are watching a Your Show versus Kane. I'm gonna lean towards you two. I think that you guys got the edge here just a little bit. But who knows? Who knows? Good morning, guys, and how are you guys doing?
I'm doing well. Chris?
Good morning. I'm
It's early
great as
for
well.
you.
Nick, how are you? We're all good?
I'm good. Yeah, I traded the close yesterday, and then pretty much was away from screens until the CPI print. So I'm kind of getting my lay of the land.
Sounds good. How are you, Deli?
Yeah, somebody put in chat. I'm doing good. Look at I can't think of two better guys really to come in on a day after this. I mean, you two are very, very patient and very, very disciplined. Love both of your preparations. Love watching Nick on Sunday night. Great to get a chance to see him here on the morning show with you. Guys, what are your thoughts coming in following a CPI, PPI, jobless claims, heading into rollover, and we're right in the belly of that candle move, that stick move coming off of this data, and now we're kind of in the heart of the roll. Maybe we start with you, Chris, what your thoughts are.
I am a little bit like Merritt, where, he says that the event is the event and price action will sort of guide my decisions according to how I planned. And that's how I feel. We didn't drop down. We're still in an uptrend. We recently broke out of a big range. And so structure to me feels more like we went through the CPI. And I think what the market's looking for that's more important is the FOMC next week. And we might continue to be range bound until then.
What about you, Nick?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp as Chris. This is not exactly the reaction I would have guessed. You have that low print on NQ kind of down to 820s. We obviously bid right off of that, but we basically are inside the entire news candle. And I don't necessarily love when we do that. It probably is going to set up for potentially a choppy session, as I think we've all alluded to and said multiple times. I mean, this is like that first weird day with rollover where some of the volume starts to move over to December. I think I was even checking this morning. I mean, there's nothing major. Like, I don't think we're that close to truly rolling over, but you're going to start seeing that, and that like illiquid nonsense that can kind of happen over the next couple days or trading sessions. I'd never love trading until I would say over 50% of the volume, actually more closer to 70% of the volume is probably on December. So I'm going to probably keep it light this week, the rest of this week and into the early parts of next week. Obviously FOMC and all the other fun data that is still to come. So, we'll see how this session shakes out, but I was kind of hoping if we were going to leave this larger balance that we've kind of been in for the last week, 2 weeks almost, I was hoping this print might have pushed us out of it and maybe we could finally leave. But now it looks like we're just going to be range bound. So we'll see. I want to see what the cash open brings and see if it actually will give us a decent opportunity to trade. I kind of wanted to get, I was trying to get long yesterday afternoon off that 800 spot in NQ. So we'll see if we get another chance early today to potentially buy that area again.
Yeah, I do definitely expect some volume spikes and surges coming in today, as I think that we now start really getting into the full effects of the rollover. With Monday being the day where we move, it's different than what we did in the past. Some of you are probably new to trading, you don't remember. We used to roll on Thursdays. I'm actually glad that CME moved it to Mondays. I don't even know how long it's been. It could be a year or two, whatever. But you start to see the roll really take effect into today, into tomorrow. And so just to note, everybody out there, if you see, again, I talked about this earlier, some ebbs and flows of volume. You might see a volume spike and you're like, oh my God, is that news? Of course, Tracy will follow up in chat if there is something there. But expect that a little bit. There's always randomness in the market. We know that. But when you get into rollover, expect some volume, especially right on the open and right on the closes, because that's when there is more liquidity for people to do stuff. So I do expect to see some of that today, and we'll see if it happens throughout the day. One thing also to note, everybody, we are starting a challenge, an arena competition on September 15th. It's a 5-day competition. Please look for that link in the chat description to learn more about that. If you're interested in doing that, they're going to give away $20,000 in prizes. It's a 5-day challenge that starts on Monday. So if you're interested, look for that link in the chat. They will put that out there. It's probably going to be pinned in the chat as well. And again, hit like and subscribe for my brothers here. These guys are two of the best in the business. As we've already stated, they probably are the two best looking in the network. Sorry, Kane and Leo. I mean, look at these two guys. Come on, man. It's not even close. I'm gonna have to talk to those guys next week and tell them they better pick their game up. Look how good their hair looks today. I mean, we got to get XY to get a proper haircut, though, Nick. That's what we got to do. I mean, he's got to grow that out.
I mean that's probably worth the conversation. I'm curious the last time his hair has been long enough to potentially put any product in or just rock some sort of style. I've actually never asked him that question.
Chris, you got to have a talk with him.
Yeah, look, I thought we had a hair requirement here, and so to follow your example of what a perfect haircut should be, I'm trying to do my best. Nick is doing his best. We're all, we need everybody to sort of step up and show the best looking traders on YouTube.
That's right. I'm like Steinbrenner. Remember when he wouldn't let the Yankees have like facial hair? I got to make sure everyone's got good haircuts here at NinjaTrader Live.
Yeah.
All right, guys. One last final note for everybody. At 9:20, NYSE does a moment of silence. We will also participate with that here on NinjaTrader Live, as today is 9/11. We will never forget. I talked about my story there a little bit this morning. Nothing really super exciting, but just it's a day in American history that we will never forget. So there will be a pause at 9:20. Guys, I leave it to you. I'll see you guys next week.
Thanks,
all right, Dilly. You have a good weekend. All right, take care. All right, it is just you and I, Nick. What's up?
Oh, good morning. Good morning, chat. How's everybody doing? Everyone survive the CPI day? Probably one of my least favorite news days leading up to and then the fallout from to actively trade around. But this was relatively lackluster and tame, I would say, from CPI's past that tend to just give us a lockout candle to the upside, and then we kind of just there's the big move happens like post news, and then we kind of just continue to chop around for the remainder of the session. So this one looks like it's not even going to give us a wider move, and then we're probably just going to continue to consolidate. This whole week we haven't really done a whole lot. I know it's Thursday, but all we basically have done is just sit at the top of this wider balance in NQ that we've kind of been in for the last, oh God, what is it now? A month, 6 weeks almost? Yeah. Middle of September already. Kind of crazy. What are you looking for, Chris?
To me, it looks like we are sort of, getting ready for a breakout. I mean, I don't know. I from what I follow,
cautiously bullish with that.
What's that?
I'm cautiously bullish with the same thesis. Like I just am.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Do we confirm the breakout, or do we push back down to remain more range bound into FOMC, which makes sense? Or there have been some times where we sort of front run that and we just break out and continue, and sort of that catches everybody off guard because they're sort of taking it easy because they think it's going to be range bound. So I have like 1 foot in, 1 foot out.
Yeah, I don't know. There was something about another one of these yesterday, especially NQ failing before kind of taking out the all-time high yesterday in the kind of pre-market.
Yeah,
that drove me nuts. So it's just like, can we clean that up? Can we go take it out, or are we gonna find sellers right in this general area? To be honest, coming into the open, like this 960s to 980s spot that we kind of not reoffered from, but sold down from yesterday when we were kind of stuck in. I mean. Let's see. No, I don't have my other chart. I got to pull it. But we were kind of stuck consolidating up here for a long part of the initial balance period, like that 965 to kind of 980s before it finally did break to the downside after I'd already left the desk. So we'll see if those sellers are still here off the open. But it's also, I historically hate trading around rollover, and today is that lovely day, as we have alluded to, that things might get a little wonky. May see some large orders just randomly slapping onto the book and moving price a little erratically. So this is a great reminder of just like, it's okay to size down. It's okay to not trade today. It's okay to not trade tomorrow, and we'll kind of wait for volume to continue to move to December. Just don't get chopped up today. Don't make mistakes. Don't read too much into weird things that can happen on the book at times. That's usually how I go into these days.
Yeah, let me share my trade plan with the chat before we do our 620 or 920. It's 620 for me.
Go for
our
it.
920 moment of silence. So for NQ, guys, again, this is that sort of range, sort of wedge that we're sort of breaking out on the daily. And for those of you guys who check in with me on Thursdays and see my process and my approach, you guys know that I focus heavily on contraction to expansions when we're developing this wedge structure. So you can see where we've broken out of that, and we have been in a very choppy sort of uptrend, but above that. And at the moment, we're still holding. So the idea going to today with CPI was, okay, can we see some move into the downside to take out maybe a prior day low into 780s, or back test this box breakout and then push back up, which we sort of did. So far, it was a higher low against that box back test. And so at the moment, scenario one, it looks like it will remain in place. Scenario two for me was, can we sort of move back down to this zone here, the 600, 630s, maybe 680s. The daily 9MA is at 680. So if we could pull back there and then create some sort of failed breakdown and push back up until we formed acceptance and then break lower. I'll touch on ES a quick bit. Just I don't trade it anymore, but it's sort of the same thing. Could ES have seen a move into prior day low and bounce back up, or to that 6505 level, which is the back test of this range that we were in, that we broke out of, consolidated, formed acceptance, and then continued higher. So at the moment, we're not seeing that. And so the 4-hour remains bullish. Now, let me go into the hourly, which is my plan for today. We have yesterday, it was a big test of that prior week low. We sort of tested it multiple times and rejected, or that zone rejection. We tested that into the close on Tuesday. We back tested it on Wednesday overnight, and then we broke below it and then reclaimed it. And so today, what we did this morning was sort of like a deep failed breakdown below it. So as long as we can continue to hold 880s on any sort of pullback or that prior week high area, we can move back up to prior day high and maybe find resistance until we form acceptance up there, and then push out to 24,200. If we are going to remain an inside day or a range bound, like Nick and I think, then we're most likely going to see that pullback into 880s area or that prior week high. And then if we are to sort of get back some sort of move we've had so far, then we'll lose 880s, can come down to take out prior day low and then reverse back up, or the 730s area and then reverse back up. Acceptance at 680s to 730s will mean to me that the higher time frame sort of uptrend that we've been in will sort of start to change, and then sellers can sort of show up now. Until then, I have to continue to buy support because we are in a larger time frame uptrends. And for ES, something similar. If we can hold 43 here, we can push up to prior day high, reject, or form acceptance and break out. If we fail there, we'll see prior day low, maybe back test the 6518 area, or that 6505 area, which I shared on the 4-hour, is the back test of that breakout. Also the daily 9MA. So can we, if we do see a pullback like that, can we get a daily higher low here? And then if we do form acceptance then we'll see a move lower. At the moment, we're holding up here, and we might continue to get some chop today. So I'll be focusing on scenario one here. If we can, for NQ, if we can see 880s, hold and push out, or hold here and then start to climb higher. But that is it for me. We in a minute or so, we'll do the moment of silence. Do do that, Nick, or do you want me to do that?
I'm happy to.
Okay, we'll give you the mic. Oh, and good morning to chat. Good to see everybody in there. Juan Gabriel, Fractal, Cooper, Dan. Not an indicator. I don't do that. I don't follow that indicator zigzags. I draw it on my own with the drawing tool. Faina, good to see you as always. Mr. Deck, Edwards, Flitch, Shab, of course. Infinity.
All right, it is 9:20 Eastern time. So we're going to ask everybody to join us in a brief moment of silence to honor those we lost and reflect on September 11th, 2001. So if you could all please join us in taking this moment of silence, and we'll be back in a little bit. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate everybody observing that with us. So, we are 9 minutes until the open. Let's see. Coming into 960s. I'm very curious to watch this this initial reaction off the bell.
Yeah, let's see if we can hold here or push back down a bit. I mean, I feel like if we stay below that CPI high, candle high, well, I look at candles, it's the same thing, that CPI high, then we might just remain range bound.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. You're trading NQ today or ES?
I have my both my chart books actually ready to go for once. So I've been throwing up NQ a little bit during the afternoons just because ES has been driving me nuts in the afternoons lately, even though yesterday was an easier trade kind of off that 25 spot. But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to flip back and forth and see what appeals to me a little bit more. But right now we're sitting with NQ. Nick, did you always use dark charts or switch to them at some point? I always have used a dark themed background to my charts and then still use like red and green candles for a very long time. But I've always been a dark mode guy. So as soon as that was available on just about every and any application, I threw it on there because everything else made my eyes hurt. But I have eye issues as it is. So although Chris is like light mode is not bad. Like I've seen some that are absolutely blinding. I don't know if I could do his, but it's better than other ones that are a little lighter for me.
Yeah, it's like a grayish
Yeah.
background. The white is just too much. Shep.
I mean, Philip, people are very like in their corner on the light mode versus dark mode, especially in trading. It seems like, you know, these are fighting words, but I don't know. With my astigmatism, like it stresses my eyes. I feel like I just need a little less. And naturally I have a partner that is not a dark mode person and then shows you like a meme or something while I'm like laying in bed and it's like the brightest screen at like the highest brightness and just absolutely blinding me as I'm trying to go to sleep. So I can just be a dark mode person.
All right, so far everything looks, I mean, to me, multi-time from analysis that I do, everything's saying higher.
Yeah. We'll see if we can. I didn't even see where ES is right now.
Yeah, NQ may if we can push out, we may go for prior day high and then a new high against August 13th high, which would be a new all-time high. I think that's the least path of resistance.
Yeah, ES like failed post news candle kind of back to like last week's high and then just immediately rebid off of it. So that could be pretty telling. But we'll see. We got a couple minutes till the open here. Good morning, Leo.
Yo, what's up, Leo? I was seeing higher.
Mm-hmm. There
Thank
it
you
goes.
breaking out here. There was a long opportunity for me here after that CPI print, but it was just a little too aggressive and I didn't want to take it. We had a beautiful 9 AM reversal here for those who follow my setups into a zone. Moving up to 1.5R here now. And then you can say that this is sort of acceptance up here. And where we can start to climb higher to that 24,000 40 and prior day high. So if we can form for something for me going into the open, if we can form, there's a scenario that we can just push up straight up to that prior day high here and maybe reject there, or we sort of come back down to create a higher low against the CPI print, and then stay range bound if we stay below the CPI print, or we can see a failed breakout, sort of take out that high and then come back down. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm going to be a little bit more patient into going into the open. just because we can't get some sort of failed break higher and push back down. This is an uptrend, so don't overthink it, guys. I will buy those pullback into support and ride that trend higher until we get confirmation of a trend change. All right, we have a minute here. Let's see what we get.
And we are open. Good luck, everybody. Let's trade safe. NQ going to make a run here and take out previous day high.
Yeah, it's going. Tech is leading. NQ is leading. I mean, it's a tech market.
Mm-hmm.
And see if we can hold this sort of breakout attempt here from this range that we've been in. But so far, if we can create this higher high, higher low structure and hold this breakout attempt, we can continue higher. We do have a divergence here as NQ did take out that CPI high. ES has not yet. So let's see if we do hold.
Delta of my candles looks really weird. I'm going to reload.
Nope, strong.
See if we can finally take out 24,000, excuse me. If you want to just
Yeah,
go
so far it's
too,
holding
go
it. It
for
wants that that 40s prior. A good breakout here.
There we go. Much better. The delta on my candles was being all weird, so I had to reload it. And Thrawn Shop, yes, you are going to see me scan 180 degrees several times this morning.
You know what that reminds me of? You know those lifeguards in pools are just going around like that?
I have built a, let's call it 270 degree panoramic view of monitors and things, apparently. So that's how I have to live my life. So far, a super tight 5-minute opening range. Like it's like 25 points in NQ.
Yeah, market's on. I mean, technology's on fire. I swing trade. I think I shared.
Mhm.
semiconductors are just nonstop grinding higher. So it makes sense to see NQ go up.
Yeah, and NVIDIA up about 1.3%. Everything in tech is pretty much bid. Google and Meta a little basically flat.
I mean, look at MU and LRCX up 10%.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
They're helping out the book. All right. So what did we take a high?
No. It's like equal highs up there.
Oh, well, NQ did take out the CPI high. ES has equal highs. Yeah. So for my approach, I'm looking to see if we can create a higher low here, hold that prior day high, still a target or magnet if we can hold this sort of recent breakout here that we have. Semiconductors are on fire, so
my charts are still loading data.
Let's see if this higher low holds. Price just may want to rest after this sort of gap up we're seeing. We're creating that higher low here. ES has something sort of similar. See if this higher low holds to really find sort of a micro area of acceptance here above this sort of what is it, 60 to 70, 960 to 970 of this, so sort of overnight range breakout. If not, we'll see a failed breakout here and probably go range bound.
Chart's not working.
Yeah, that we never took out that high in ES, so that SMTS they call it, or that divergence playing out here. If we can pull back into the 880s, 900 area prior week highs, I'll be open for a reversal here. And I'll look to see if I can get an opportunity there with my setup. If we can hold here, then that means that we're probably just going to chop around. If so, then we can create sort of like a wedge here, and then I'll get an opportunity to engage for that push to prior day high. So those are my two scenarios here going into like the next sort of hour. Either we hold here, we're sort of just dancing around this potential breakout and then push out, or we do sort of confirm that reversal back down and go back to range mode and go to 880s.
Oh, okay. My charts are back.
They were not on the screen, or what happened?
No, they were on screen. Just my data was not, like my candles were not printing. So I had to close my long time, my Sunday charts. Just too much loading, I guess, this morning. Annoying. So, now we're good. I just have an execution chart on. So we're just going to be focusing on NQ apparently.
All right. So far this morning, this opening push is not really having any follow through.
I mean, this is a 5-minute opening range, or excuse me, 5 point, if that, 6 points. Oof.
Yeah, it feels like a summer Friday so far.
Not exactly what you want to see out of, I guess, a major data release like CPI, and just now we're very, very range bound near the top of the range.
Frustrating.
But we'll see this 99.40 spot kind of pre-data release. If we lose this, it could get a little spicy. Maybe go take out that candle low from CPI down towards 840s.
Yeah, that was a good reversal. If somebody took,
I'm sad we didn't take out the previous day high first, because that might have helped me try to take like a 980 short breakdown if we failed again.
yeah. All right, so no holding here for NQ. ES is a little bit stronger. It's really not pulling back the same as NQ. I think cyclicals are probably moving on up. Let me see. Yeah, you have financials that are green, industrials, small caps. So they're helping ES stay afloat. And then NQ is probably seeing what pull back in that Amazon Apple from yesterday. So far, we're confirming a sort of, not for ES, for NQ, we're confirming range bound. Back in this sort of range here in NQ. So there's really nothing for me to do here in this range until we either confirm a follow through the lower down here to this zone, and then maybe I can look for an opportunity there.
Yes, we are still on the September contract. The volume is not even close to shifting just yet. So I'll check this again tomorrow, but it looks like we're not going to roll yet.
When do you roll? This weekend or?
I mean, if I trade tomorrow, it'd be super light, so I'll probably roll on Sunday.
Cool. Not much to do here at the moment. Unless you shorted that divergence that, NQ did take out that CPI high. ES did not. So we did have that SMT that things like, Tanya and Kane look at. It's a good reversal indication. So I look at that as well.
Ronto, the order flow tools that I use with OFL will not work on TradingView. There's not an integration. You need to be on one of the major charting platforms. You can use Ninja and get access to some of those tools. Would probably be the easiest way to do it.
All right, so NQ closer to this 880s, 900 prior week highs. If we can find support there, I will be looking for a long. Idea here is that, if we are going to be range bound, then can we be range bound into that 880s, 900 prior week high and then just dance around? Or for me, if we form acceptance down here right under prior week highs, then I have more confidence that we're going to see follow through lower, more significant. Yes is really not moving though.
No. And so far, NQ holding that like 900 spot.
See what the market is doing. Gosh, A-Lab. You guys long A-Lab? I know some of you guys swing trade that you share with me. God, A-Lab is a monster. Up 26% for me.
Come on. Stupid thing is lagging. I got a really crappy entry.
Oh, looking for a long there?
Yep. I got a very crappy entry. I was not not where I wanted to mark it in, but we'll see. I wanted to get in like here at like 23s, not 28.9 or 28 3/4.
You sure about that?
Terrible
You
fill.
sure about that? You sure about that?
So I might get stopped out of this.
How many points you usually do for a stop?
Like
that?
15, 12, just kind of depends. I have a one guy on, so I'm going 15. Problem is, this is one of those where it's like if I get stopped out, I may re-enter.
Oh, you can add they're adding pictures now. They're adding GIFs.
Wait, did I miss that?
Yeah, it was Kane with a look that aligned with that. You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about
That's
that?
funny.
Look.
Production. That's good.
I'm gonna start seeing him in my dreams. All right, so very slow start. If you caught that reversal from the highs, great job. It's partial out and then see how low it can go.
All right, I'm stopped.
We're closer. We're inching into that prior week high here at 900. I mean, yesterday I caught that long. I think it was just a point below prior week high, like 20 minutes after the open.
Who longed my stop? Let's see if we can keep the memes from the afternoon, the morning session as well.
Oh, they took you out.
They took me out.
You don't get back in like Stowe?
I'm not as trigger happy there, but that was purely just a terrible entry and not necessarily the wrong thesis. I just had it. Yeah. I should have been in back closer to 20s instead of 28. All
nice,
good.
Carlos. He got that short.
Nice.
Sam, hi Chris. When you swing trade, how do you manage to risk differently to intraday trades? There's just so much to say around that. You're swing trading, so that you manage. I trend follow, so I manage my risk via the 9MA trend, like I share here. But I also hold much longer because when you're in a bull market and you're in an uptrend, you are prices are more likely to just continue higher. Like if you look at MU or LRCX semis, they're the leading sector at the moment. Just look at that break.
I gotta say it, guys. Like I love that the whole my stop thing has become a meme, but can we even deny it at this point? Like that is awful. Entry off my stop usually works. Gotta love it.
But your entry where your stop would be.
I know but it is what it is. That I'm just gonna say terrible fill on a market order, and that's all it was. That the trade long spot kind of made sense. I just did it about 10 points too high.
All right, so ES is back up. It didn't really come back down, so it's still strong. There's no reason why, as long as we continue holding, we can see prior day high and then 65, 68 zone that I have here.
Mm-hmm.
NQ, is there a reversal set up here? Maybe. I kind of want to be a little bit on the aggressive side if we break out. No, we're range bound. So the idea here for like an entry for me here would be a break above this sort of 9MA lower high as an entry for that possible breakout. So I kind of want to try that because a break here can lead to higher prices. Let me try that. Because if we can't stake out the breakout here, we'll move up to prior day high, or we come back down and just be range bound. And if we're really not coming back down to really test some support areas, then yeah, can we hold this range and then attempt to break out? The hourly is just one big doji. You remain range bound, then it's not, there's really no in. So first, for now.
Yeah, it's still sitting at like the high of the day.
If we can form acceptance up here, then, you know, maybe I'm a little, if I'm front running that a little bit, and I should wait for acceptance. So far, we do have that a potential higher low on this move lower, and then move back up. Let's see how it sort of behaves here. Let me remove this box. Let's see if I can move this over. So because we are in a range, you guys should know if you follow my streams that on acceptance at the top can indicate that we are getting ready to break out higher. So if we are seeing that, we're not seeing that yet, but if we are seeing that ES is leading, then we can break out to prior day high, that 24,040 area. An aggressive entry for me here is the break of this 9 MA lower high as an entry to that possible breakout. Does that make sense for you guys here in the chat and in the room? So I'm being a little bit on the aggressive side and looking for this entry or using this entry as my way in, because we don't have acceptance, and so we don't have confirmation yet of price action telling me, hey, it's getting ready to break out. So my aggressiveness may not work out here, and if so, I might close it here for just like minus 5.5 bar. But I do, you know, we're in an uptrend. All time frames tell me higher prices, so I have to continue to align with that. And we sort of came down. We back tested close to prior week high. I mean, that was a higher low against prior week high, and I was looking for that entry. ES is leading. Look at that. Prior day high now in ES. So NQ really needs to break out here. If it cannot, then we're going to see another sort of divergence here where ES took out prior day high and NQ can fizzle back down into the bottom of the range. If so, I'll probably do like a manual exit. But I will target prior day high if we do break out here at 22,040. So I'll do 1.5 R sort of aligns with that. ES is leading. Let me show the ES chart here. You can see that we sort of had like a failed breakout. Came back in. There was no follow through, and now we're seeing the push higher. So that was just a lot of some chops, some noise, and now we're seeing the real move. NQ is a little slow, so we really need to stick. We really need to see a hold here, like acceptance, right? If we can get that, then I have confidence that we'll go to prior day high. So that's what I'm waiting for and looking for here. And like I said, I used my 9 MA reversal as an entry towards that to see if we get that push.
Hey, Chris, hold on the fort for me. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Yeah. All right, so just you and I, guys. I'll whisper sweet nothings into your ears like every Thursday. So I moved the, yeah, we missed Jim. Jim should be back soon. But he's enjoying his, living his best life over there in Italy and Rome. So ES is leading, guys. You know, if I were an ES trader, I'd be long that, but you know, I'm not. I just over time for me, NQ makes most sense. I'm swing trading tech stocks. NQ is that, right? So to me, it just means that I'm able to trade. I'm able to be long a futures product that replicates the technology stocks that I own in an uptrend where technology is leading. So from a business perspective, why would I not want to be in a vehicle that can produce 3, 5, 7, 10 R for every risk that I take? But at the moment, we can potentially fail this potential breakout. I do have sort of like a mental stop at minus 0.5 R here. I don't really want to wait for my full stop, and that's more of a discretionary decision. Just because if we do come back down, we are going to be range bound. And so I don't need to put my capital at risk at that point. If we can form acceptance here and we hold here, we create a higher high, higher low, hold, then I do have confidence that we will see a push into prior day high. And I'm looking for 1.5 R to partial out. It's just a waiting game to see. Typically, we see NQ leading, but what's been taking place is that technology has been on fire lately, and now we're seeing financials move back up. We're seeing industrials push back out. So cyclicals are taking the lead today, but that, you know, who's to say that NQ can't play catch up here and give us that prior day high? Because new all-time highs makes the most sense here. Path of least resistance until we confirm a higher time frame support failure, right? And we have just not seen that. I mean, look at the higher lows since September 1st, right? So what's bearish about that? It's choppy, yeah, but there's nothing bearish about that. And so I have to align my trades with that structure, even if I take some stops. All right, so far we're seeing a little bit higher. We want to, you know, see how higher lows or a higher low pull back into sort of that box breakout holds. And then can we form acceptance? If so, we can get that prior day high test.
What's up? I'm back.
All right.
I've been sitting in the green room just waiting for the moment to come back in. You were on a roll there.
I get into like teaching mode, and I gotta clock back out.
NQ came up to like the 5-minute opening range mid again, just kind of tested that 980s somewhat.
Do you trade that setup too, like Leo?
I do. So not me on a situation like this. I don't know if I would want to short it, but usually it's on that like retest, that second touch that I would like to take a trade off of it. But I don't know if I want to look to reoffer this just yet. Not with ES sitting on the highs and continuing to push higher. You just kind of wait. You're waiting for NQ just to take out the previous day high or something.
All right, while I sit in this trade, I'm just managing my swings. Taking some profits. All right, so NQ is really not moving here. It can fail, and so if it does, then I'll do like a manual exit. All right.
God, this feels really slow.
Come on, NQ. Look, guys, if we like the stream, the prices will go higher. The higher the like count, the higher prices go. So help us out here. Help me out here.
Why are your bars gray? If my bars are gray, that means the delta of said candles is a little more neutral than at an extreme sell delta or positive delta to the buy side. So that's why they're gray in certain parts. It's just a more neutral delta distribution of that time frame, which is 500 volume for me.
How do I come up with my bias for ES and Q? I follow a specific, I follow the market's trend structure, but it is through that understanding and then multi-time frame analysis that helps me sort of say, hey, if we're seeing an hourly pullback into support and a daily uptrend, is that a viable opportunity? Yes or no? More layers to that, but that's pretty much how I create my bias. Just trend following. Hey, Merritt in the house. So it might fail here. Typically, we're getting that consolidation here that I wanted to see. We got a reversal, higher low. Can this be acceptance? And then can we press out of here higher? If not, then this fails and we move back into the range as ES gets a pullback after seeing this kind of a move here, which, by the way, if you took that long, this sort of range break, box break, fantastic. Like, you're getting paid. So let's see if this does become acceptance and we sort of hold this 960s, 970s, then we can push out higher. If not, range bound action, we'll move back down, and then Nick will probably short that, huh?
It's very possible.
And then I won't, I'll disengage. All right, so far we're getting a micro wedge here. Not exactly the wedge I look for acceptance, but you can see that we are attempting now to break out of that. This is just like a classic 9MA wedge consolidation. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 candles. This is typically where it matures and it ends. And we typically move up to form a new high. So we're sort of seeing that. So far, everything looks good for that push to prior day high. But we are just you know, you look at Nick's screen, those gray bars are sort of saying, hey, there's no real. Does that mean that there's really no participant, whether it's the buyers or sellers, are really stepping in or stepping up?
Yeah, basically, it's just we haven't reached an extreme for that candle for the 500 volume time frame. So it hasn't repainted them as you would see in like a larger sell volume coming in. God, I need water. But yes, that's pretty much why.
Okay.
I would be curious to see if we can get over this 83 spot to see if we might get that break higher. God, ES is just marching slowly.
Okay. All right, so we're seeing what we want in NQ. We put in that higher high, we back tested it, we put in that higher low, we created that small wedge, which was this sort of drawing here that I drew before that even formed. Again, I'm just following how the market moves and looking for that structure to guide me in knowing if we are going to continue higher or not. We did that. We're seeing that potential push higher. There's no follow through. Just like Nit says, there's just really not much happening. Can we get that push now? I hope so, right? I'm long and I want to see that prior day high taken out. And then all
right,
Chris, I do not
prior
see you using timeframes. No, this is the 2-minute time frame. Oh, it doesn't show here. If I do this, do you see that? It says the time frame up here. 2 minutes. All right, so we're moving up higher. We're close to 1R, but I am looking for that prior day high. It'll be something if it hits 1R and then it doesn't move into prior day high. So yeah, ask away. If you guys have questions, well, while I wait here for this trade to see if it plays out. I mean, if you're long, yes, you're getting paid today for sure.
Yeah, there's been like no pullback.
Yeah, it's just rotation that we're seeing in the markets from tech into financials and industrials, small caps. So Deli's getting paid with his RTY long.
And I got stopped out RTA around RTH low, which just sucks.
Yeah, I think Deli's moving RTY. Mike, I don't get your question. I do not see you opening, or you don't see my opening or time frames. I don't know what you mean by that. Up here, it shows the 2-minute. I'm on the 2-minute time frame. Chris, should we move stop loss on the last acceptance low? What do you think about that? The idea of moving your stop loss on this breakout under this low here, it makes sense because if we are going to fail, then we're going to take out that low and and possibly move back down. However, in uptrends or in the direction that you're trading, price can typically come back down, create a failed breakdown of that low, sort of a deep test of this box test, sort of bounce back up, chop around, and then continue higher. That can happen. So I would not suggest that. If you did take sort of like that setup by itself and you took that breakout and your stop was here, God, that's horrible. Right? And your original stop on this breakout trade was there, then yeah, manage your risk and put your stop there. But if your entry was sort of like mine, then you sort of want to give it more breathing room. Yeah, what Merritt said. Oh, Joe, unfortunate, my friend. Sorry to hear that. So we're not really seeing the follow through that I want. And I really don't want to wait for price to come back all the way down to stop me out. So I might do a manual exit here, depending on how we hold this sort of back test. We do have a 5-minute higher low here that's taking place. So if we can hold, continue to hold this sort of area here, this back test, then everything will be good. But let's say ES gets a strong rejection back down, then I don't see why, right, a strong rejection back down here. I don't see why then NQ can fail this breakout attempt and then move back down to the other side of the range, right? Sort of like it'll traverse back to the other side. And if that happens, I don't want to be too aggressive where I short that because I do think we're going to see prior day high. But if it doesn't work, then I'll just take a stop. You're looking for 940. Where is that? Oh, you're looking for a pullback to 940.
Yeah.
You see any buying here on this pullback, Nick?
Yeah, they're coming kind of right back into that 960 spot that I was talking about in the pre-market, kind of that news candle high. So far it's holding. I mean, ES is just zero pullback. Came back to 73s and just immediately like bit off it. So we'll see. Yeah, YM is off to the races. The Rusty's off to the races.
Yeah, and Q, you just have a mixed market in the technology side. Which happens, but I'll continue to trade NQ. Look at that breakout, beautiful in ES.
Mm-hmm.
Like pay yourself definitely if you're long that, and then see what else unfolds.
If we lose 72s, I'm curious if we rotate back towards kind of 62, 60 in ES.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to hold here now.
Mm-mm.
So I'm moving up my stop to minus 0.5 R just because I don't want to entertain a full reversal back down. And then if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. and then I'll just wait for another opportunity if we do come back down here, and then bounce back up. But so far, NQ is sort of in a range bound structure.
I mean, you and I talked about, are we just going to be range bound?
Yeah.
And it looks like NQ wants to do that. Everything else seems to be trying to complete this breakout.
So let's see if NQ can hold this. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt if it can hold here and then just continue some chop up here to form acceptance. NVIDIA's red. Yeah,
Interesting.
So if ES cannot, if it can hold here, I mean, it's tough to say at the moment, but if it can hold here and sort of just chop around, create some wedge here, it can definitely, certainly go higher. Would mean that NQ is able to reclaim the sort of 960s, 970s area and then have another shot at a pushback up. If ES goes through a sort of strong pullback where we don't hold up here and wedge up and we see a strong reversal back down, then I don't see why NQ will move back down to the other side of the range. So at the moment, I don't want to do anything. I just want to wait and see if this trade will work out and just be patient, right? Like be okay with, sometimes you have to be okay with price going to 1R. And if you're looking for a specific target, then it'll come back down and, or you do adjust your exit like I've done in the past and then take that 1R and have the risk be paid for, and you can just sit in the trade and see what happens after that. But so far, we are sort of now reclaiming back up, so there is a chance that we can continue to consolidate here and then get that break, and that might mean an hour later.
Gosh, NQ is just having so much trouble.
What's that?
I said NQ is just having trouble sustaining anything over the overnight high.
I trade NQ because it looks like it's going to fail here. I trade NQ because it creates higher R, or it reaches higher R multiples for my entries over time. And so from like a business perspective, I want to open up my business or engage in a business where I can have more revenue for my costs, right? So for the risk that I'm putting on, I want to get paid more. And NQ has significant significant move higher or lower that pay more. They move more from your entry if you're trend following. And so, you know, I want to be in a position where I take advantage of that opportunity over time, as those higher R multiples will pay me more. Sure, it's not always about size. It's you have to manage a sustainable trading process with as you increase size.
Man, we can't make a decision.
Yeah, ES is holding this break, so I'm hoping Ian can still hold here. But gosh, it's really not moving.
No, it's slow too, which I guess favors buyers, but
yes and no.
I don't know.
Corner. If you trade 2 times size on ES, you'll make the same as NQ. To me, it's a no. Maybe Nick has a different answer, but no to me, because if ES, if you're trading double the size, but it only reaches, let's say, 3R, 4R from your trade, while NQ reaches 8 or 10R, you still made more money in NQ. Well, if your size is bigger, then I guess you did make more than a potential 10R trade in NQ. So I guess that is right. It'll also depend on how you partial out.
I mean, Merritt, how this kind of looks, it's like rotation out of, clearly just rotation out of tech into everything else. So NQ is just going to continue to lag on this breakout. Or, yeah, I'm just having a hard time wanting to fade the strength in ES due to, I mean, just the breakout above the opening range, as well as just how bullish the Dow currently is. NQ lagging doesn't give me a lot of confidence either direction. And ES is at all-time highs. So I just not going to be the first person to fade this. I would rather short it if we were to lose like 70s, 68s maybe. Joining on a short, maybe back towards the 60s, 50s, back inside the opening range. But until then, I might be sitting on my hands. NQ is kind of throwing me around here with this like 80-point range it's been in.
All right, if ES comes back down here and doesn't hold, then NQ will move back lower. So ES is forming a wedge here. If you can hold here, it'll break out higher. That can help NQ push back up. If not, ES can roll over and NQ will probably move back down to the other side of the range. Netflix is down. Let me see Netflix. Oh yeah, I gotta do something about that. All right, so ES, you can see ES that it's starting to break out of this sort of wedge. So at the moment, higher prices can follow. NQ can reclaim that 960, 970 area and have another shot at prior day high.
It just feels so slow right now.
All right. And Netflix pulled back more than what I wanted. All right, so let's see if NQ's not doing anything.
No.
It's just dancing around my entry.
I mean, I guess we see if anything comes about in the next 5 minutes as we set initial balance, but
ES is attempting that breakout here from that wedge. So if you're sort of long ES, you're looking for new opportunities. For long, it's ES is the way to look for that. Breaking out higher. You ride that. I should have gone long, actually. I should have taken ES. So that's moving out. NQ is, it's still struggling here at 68.70. I think Leo brought that up yesterday, that it was something was happening there. But if we can break back out, can we get that shot at prior day high? .20 move in ES equals to 100-point NQ. When I did a study like that, I found that a 7-point move in NQ is 6 to 7-point move in NQ is around 30 points 6 to 7 points in ES is around 30 points in NQ. So that sort of makes sense. That 20 points would be 100 for NQ.
Oh, here we go. Are we going to fail this again? Or attempt to in NQ?
Yeah, NQ's so choppy. Look, it's not even the last 10 minutes. It's been in a
It did
1-point
this
range
yesterday around the same time.
I mean, at this point, it can fail for sure and move back down. Like, we should have seen the strength by now. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt here. Just have the mags bringing it down. What's Apple doing? Oh, Apple's up a little bit. Microsoft. It's like I'm trading Europe hours.
I know.
Oh, Tesla finally breaking out. Sorry, I'm looking at my swings. Fantastic.
Nick, what are you looking for? I mean, at this point, I'm waiting for ES to potentially break down under 72s or NQ to finally decide to leave this little 20, 30 point range it's been in for the last hour. Until then, I mean, I'm not interested in engaging with NQ right now. It's a very, very tight, slow, choppy, like 15 point range.
Beautiful.
So we'll see. IB being said here in 10 seconds.
What's nice, nice, nice. Guys, if we can get this Tesla to break out, oh my gosh. I want 2020 Tesla to come back. That thing moved. All right, so a whole lot of nothing.
Jonathan, this is very true. I decided to trade NQ today. ES breaks out. And NQ gives you the most choppy, miserable ES type range ever. So it's probably my fault.
You know that GIF where it's like poking something? It's like, come on, do something.
Exactly.
Oh, can we break out? All right, there we go. Let's see if we can have some follow through here. I still want that prior day high. Yes, breaking out of that wedge. So if you took, you know, for those in the group who trade my approach, you know, follow your R multiples and see how you get the points that you make. You NQ back above that sort of 68, 70 area. If we can hold here, then we can create a new higher high, higher low structure and push up to that prior day high. If not, then you know, this for NQ, it does feel like summer trading. I mean, the way it's acting. But you have to believe in it. And you know what they say, the more likes we get, the opportunity for price to go higher, guys. So we have 1,100 here and we have 387 likes. If we get to 500 likes, NQ can reach the prior day high and hopefully pay us all. Yeah.
Nick, why were you thinking 72s as like a potential short? So if you look at like this volume build that we're getting so far from the session, there's a nice little node that's kind of extending down even towards 70s. And the leg for this VWAP off the RTH low is kind of sitting right there too. So in theory, if you broke that, you'd probably fall back and clean up some of this structure and potentially rotate to the other side of balance. So I don't think we're going to get that. I think we're clearly going to break out higher if NQ decides it wants to join to the party with all the other indices.
There we go. Come on, give it to me. So the way I see this is that we've spent enough time here to contract and create energy for that move into prior day high. The 5 minute sort of wedged up here in a way. Here's your wedge resistance, your wedge support here, and it's breaking out now. So we really need to see this hold here, create a higher high, higher low structure out of here to confirm the uptrend from this contraction and take us to prior day high and maybe higher. But like I said, you know, all time frames point higher. There's nothing that price has done to tell us it's going lower. Like we couldn't even go test the 900 prior week high, right? Like, so if we're not testing that, then to me, there's two scenarios: sideways or higher, or a sideways to higher market, which we're seeing. This was a correction through time, and we wedged up, and now we're seeing higher. You know, we can't really overcomplicate it. It's the market moves in three ways: up, down, or sideways. So if you can understand how that functions over time, then, like, you know, your comment here where it says that you admire my peace, my calmness with this side action. Look, it's either a correction through time that's going to break back out, or it fails and it stops me out, right? After you've seen it for so many times, then. And then here's ES on that wedge break. So if you took, you're just getting paid out here. And see what happens with NQ. What are your comments here? Look at it, yes. Just paying you guys.
Yep.
Let's see if NQ can hit it.
Just wild. Foundation breakout.
So we're approaching 1R for me here, finally. But I still, you know, like I've said all morning, I still think that above this sort of breakout here, 960s, we can see prior day high and a new all-time. Wait, is it a new all-time high up there? No, I don't know. No, new all-time high is 6850. So I'm still looking for that. Take us higher, right, guys? Can you take me?
This is like the slowest day for a morning session in a while, I feel like.
See, guys, look, you guys are liking that, likes are going up. Price is going up. You see that correlation? So if the likes go up even more, no, Sab. If the likes go up even more, price will go up even more. I don't make the rules. That prior day high here. Wow, yes, what a move. I mean, that's typically what we would have seen in
crazy.
NQ. Like, it wants it. NQ wants it. It just hit 1R for me, but I'm looking for that prior day high. Thanks. Yes, you got to stick to your process, even if it takes a couple of hours. Technically, you know, the way I see it is nothing showed me that my trade was invalid. So there's really nothing for me to do. And that's how I think you should approach it. If you get anxious or, you know, your emotions go up when price goes against you for a bit, and, you know, that just means that to me, you may not have confidence in what you're looking for and what you're sort of expecting over time trading that setup. No, Malcolm, keep your likes. $600 likes and NQ hits prior day high. Let's see if we get that. And for those, you know, questioning this move, you have to remember that we spent a few weeks in a range, and what we saw this week was a break of that range. I think we saw that starting on Friday of last week. So this is energy being expanded from that, I think, 2-month contraction. So, you know, you really can't be surprised at the kind of move we're getting after being in a range for a month to 2 months. We're seeing the break of that. Yeah, that was a beautiful ES wedge. Look at that, beautiful. I should have taken that long too. Into 3R here now on that trade. I don't know why I didn't. Well, I don't really trade it that much. Oh, it's time to move this, huh? So you guys can see. How do I move this? Oh. Okay, there we go. We can see that, right? Clearly.
Mm-hmm.
You see it? El Infinito. Caleb, what was hard to hold? Your long, or are you talking about me holding the long that I have? No, Rob. They are trading view alerts going off. Your long was hard. You couldn't. What was it? What was telling you that price could go against you? You really have to audit that. Like, what did structure say that you found it difficult to hold? Right? If you look at it from that perspective, then you have a very objective view of understanding or sort of simplifying that view that you have. We held above prior week high. We didn't even sort of test that. That's sort of, you know, first on the list for a positive. We broke back up into that sort of CPI print high too, right? We sort of danced around. There was a choppy yes, but we held above prior week high. We created higher low against it. We were sort of dancing around the 960s, 970s area. And in doing all of that, we were creating higher lows. So at the moment, in that moment, objectively, price was not telling, at least me, that we were going to, for me to be sort of concerned. If that's how you feel. Yeah, the speed to me doesn't really matter. Oh, that's a good question, Cooper. I never considered different alerts, different sound for different alerts. Yeah, I keep the same. I mean, I have a watch list and a focus list for swings that I look at, and I track every day. And oh, crowd, beautiful reversal and crowd. I'm in that. Software moving back up. Semis, beautiful. I mean, we're in an uptrend, right? Like, and the market is in an uptrend. Technology is leading the market higher. Come on.
Think you're gonna fail? Gosh, now you need this tape to like get a pulse. This is not ideal. I kind of want to see ES return back towards this 76 area, the IB high. Just give me something to potentially trade off of. I'm not going. I just am not the great trader that can just buy the all time high and sell it higher. Like I need a decent retest. Just kind of why we didn't even get down towards 72s and hold there. We just continued to kind of grind much higher. So if you missed the early parts of today's programming, you saw Nick take a long down here towards 928s and get stopped out on this little low down here towards 910s. So we didn't take a trade since. I'm ready to curse ES if it does not rotate back towards the IBI.
My concern here on my long is that if ES fails here, then NQ won't reach prior day high. So then does that make me move my partial exit from 1.5R to 1R and get half out? Let's see if we can hold this sort of micro back test of these highs here. I don't like that. If we can hold here, then I have a little bit more confidence that we can create our higher low, which we remember, don't forget that we were looking for that out of this sort of breakout here on this wedge. So we have a new 90-MA uptrend. Can we create a higher high, higher low, maybe chop around, dance around a bit, and then push up to that prior day high? If so, that'd be great. If not, then what I can see happening here is price will come back down to my entry, and it is what it is. I have to. I would not add here MA. There's really nothing. I mean, unless you see like a really solid wedge, like in ES, what ES formed. That was a fantastic, consolidation above this base. That's an A+ setup. So maybe if NQ can do that here and create a solid base, sorry, a wedge here above this these highs, these micro swing highs, then yeah. I would say so. That NQ leads ES. What do you think, Nick? Do you see the same?
I mean, it depends on the day, but it feels like ES has kind of been leading recently.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
pulling
it
NQ up by
reached
the
new highs
collar at
first.
times.
I
But
would say over time, to me, NQ leads.
Yes, I would love for NQ and ES to manifest into physical form so that I can punch one of them in the face today. For this slow tape that is just full of indecision, at least on NQ. If I had traded ES, I would have been able to long that low and not even dream of being stopped out by it. But we'll see. I wouldn't love if ES actually did lose 79s with some force, because then we probably do rotate back towards 70s. But right now, nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like NQ wants to hold here. ES can see a pullback. What do I do here with my partial? Move it down a bit. I mean, it hit what, 1.2R? That would have been a good partial area. All right, so everything that we were looking for, that I was looking for, played out. Now, well, the last thing was prior day high. Maybe we don't get it, and then come back to my entry, which, it happens. I could have taken partials at 1R, 1.2R. I really wanted 1.5R. I mean, I still do think that we're going to take that out. Maybe not today, but just don't see why we're not, we're making our way up there to new highs. But it happens. It's one trade out of 20 out of 1,000. And it is what it is. You know what I can't do is I can't look to take partials now. Like here at maybe this is a 0.3R. Like I can't do that manual decision. Like at this point, I need to wait to see what happens. For me to get emotional here and say, oh, I should have taken, my partials at 1R and now it's coming back to my entry. Let me close half. Like for you to do that, that's an emotional decision. That that's me getting in the way of what the chart has been saying and of my rules that I have in place. So I have to be okay with price coming back down to my entry if I didn't get filled on my partial. Because if I act emotionally over time, then I'm going to do that more consistently, and I'm just going to get in the way of trading my emotions versus the process. I have to be okay with giving up some gains, right? I think Kane does a really good job at that because he's always looking for these big targets, and if it comes back to him, then it is what it is, right? Because then when he's really thriving in an environment that he knows really well, he's making massive points, right? So that's how I see it for myself as well, is continue focusing on the process to make the points that you need to make.
Yes,
Stowe's on?
Stowe's here. Oh, and he's not here.
Just kidding. April Fools.
ES went right down to 79s and so far is bidding off of it, which is the IB high.
Would I add on the dip? No. When I add, I treat those as different trades. I mentally I cannot add to a position. Like I need to manage the risk per that each individual setup, right? It's like a stamp. The setup is a stamp over time that I'm just stamping across time. And so I have to treat that differently.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up,
Yo,
buddies?
yo.
Hey, man.
How we doing?
Oh, just living the dream, trying to get long
Good.
of the day and getting stopped out to the tick again.
Oh, good. Ugh, that sucks.
I mean, it's just the expected plan at this point when I come onto the show, man. I think I give the people what they want, and that's great entries.
It's the white van. I might get stopped on this. Managing a million things at once over here, so I missed my cue to come in. How about
Just
you, Chris? How you living?
Slow, miserable.
I'm long.
Okay.
I got long early, and so I sat through this chop, and I wanted prior day high for my partial, but it didn't come, so I might get stopped out on what it may come down to my entry here. But we'll just see. I still think eventually we push up higher. What about you? Where you're long?
Yeah, I've been at it. I was long from I'll go over it in a second. I gotta figure out if I want to get out of this or not. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill that NQ side. Yeah, I had an NQ and an ES trade on at the same time. Yeah, so I'm long here, but it looks like we're rotating back. I'm gonna get stopped on this last ad at 81. Maybe. We'll see what NQ is doing. NQ has kind of been playing. Also, Chris, I wanted to disagree a little bit. I think ES has been leading. I mean, ES is making new all-time highs. NQ still hasn't gotten up and messed with theirs today. That's kind of where my ultimate target is for NQ. If we're
I
going to
agree
get
with
to
that. I don't disagree with you there.
NQ also dragging its heels today while ES was really pushing. I don't know.
YM's partying too. Everyone's partying but the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
It's the Chad Dow. That's what it's there for, baby. It's there to party.
It's just rotation.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I bought 54. And then Uncle Pax will be proud of me because I added at 65.74, which is a Pax OR extension. So Pax, if you're watching, I added. I didn't take anything off there. And now I'm trying to get to 88 with this runner, I guess. But I've been scaling out. I sold one at 84 and then I got one back in at 81. So it's kind of keeping it tight. We might get some selling into. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have scratched that NQ trade. Whatever. This has been a good day. Also had a big day in a different way. Can I tell you about it?
Please.
So I moved here like a year and a half ago. I have been running the same 4-mile loop in my neighborhood for like the whole time, pretty much 4 or 5 days a week. This specific lady has never waved back to me the entire time. I see her every morning. I give her the wave. I say, good morning, and do the thing. Stone-faced, stone cold. I've been trying to crack this lady for literally a year and a half. Yesterday, she smiled and waved. And then today, she gave me the good morning back. And I got to pet her dog today. So,
wow.
Nick, you know this about me. Chris, you might not. I love a side quest. So this is a pretty big side quest achievement for me right now, getting this lady to say hi back to me.
You know, that's
awesome.
a weird concept to me. It's like when I'm walking the dogs with the stroller and the baby, like what kind of sociopath like doesn't wave at a nice person in a calm family neighborhood that's walking two dogs and a baby?
I don't know.
Like
I don't know.
That would be weird.
But I cracked her. I got her. Got her today. And it's only uphill from here. That's right. I'm going to figure out what this lady's about. Talk to her about her dog every day. her dog wears sunglasses, which I thought was crazy. So she's like, oh yeah, she's always loved wearing sunglasses. It's like, this is the most insane thing ever. So feel good about that today.
Well, we'll say hi to her if she's watching.
She's not watching. Nobody in my neighborhood knows what I'm up to. They probably think I'm a drug dealer or something. And like, that guy never leaves his house and he's always wearing sweatpants.
Must be one of them podcasters.
Yeah. How's the podcast going? I get regrets.
All right, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm with you long, so let's see if we can get that prior day high now.
Let's go. I also wanted to ask you about that too, Chris. Do you look at prior day high as like the overnight high? So like if we didn't take that out, because I have prior day high on NQ at 24K. Are you talking about that the spike at 24,044?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a
Interesting.
24K.
Yeah, so that I just do RTH for prior day high. I don't take Globex into consideration. But that's interesting. I wanted to see. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I've never done a study on that to sort of see the difference. To me, it's like when the candle opened or when the high of that session the daily candle, that to me is the prior day high.
Got it.
It is the whole candle that's formed.
Interesting. Okay, cool. That's fun.
But hopefully we get it and we get make our points.
Oh yeah, I'm still trying to get it, baby. Don't worry about that.
All right, Nick. Good sesh. We'll see you next week, huh?
Sounds good, buddy. Stowe?
What's up?
Yes, take care.
You leaving? You done, Nick? Have you done enough?
I'm done.
Can I talk you into buying this up here? Can I sell you any contracts up here at the highs?
I mean, you want to sell me 84s? I'm good. I'm good.
All right, brother.
All right. Later, chat. Everyone have a good day. Good luck out there.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing, chat? Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Riley. Good morning. Another Mark. Good morning. That's interesting. 2 Marks with a C. That's cool. Good morning, AJ. Wait a minute. Is that actual AJ? Is this a different AJ? That's not AJ's name. Is this a fake AJ trying to say good morning to me? Good morning, Cooper. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm paying attention to the chat today. Today's the day that's all about the chat. I didn't pay much attention. That's also why I got out of that NQ trade. I'm just like, I'm gonna chat. We're just chilling today. We're having a chat. That's what I want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. Nice Thursday for ourselves. Good morning, Riley. Again, good morning, Caleb. Hey, buddy. Morning, Juan. Morning, Regal. Good morning. Good morning, Fractal. Good morning, Mr. Firmament. How are you? That's not AJ, Matt. I know AJ when I see it. If that's the real AJ, tell me something only AJ would know. Actually, don't. Don't say anything only AJ would know. Morning, Edwards. Good morning. Happy Crab. Gang's all here, baby. Good morning, Jims. Guten Morgen. Mein Name ist Stowe. Habst du ein Bier, s'il vous plaît? That's not German. Hey, Wix. Good morning, homie. How are you? Chill guy. We got it all, baby. Everybody's here. Good to see you guys. Glad everybody's doing good. Yeah, pretty good day. I had a good time. This is pretty good trend setup for me. Got in a little early with my first lot here, but got the core in at a good spot with the tight stop. I didn't see this news candle happen much, but yesterday on ES, there was this giga seller at 65, 62s ish, 60s, we'll call it. And they just sat there and sold, and they became the high of the day. And then, that's also where we got on. This is where the news spike hit. I was like, well, that's weird. That sure is to the tick. So, I see this opening drive up, pull back down, test all this stuff, test the prior day's 5-minute OR. And, I scaled some off. I didn't have high hopes for this because this is, we're in rollover time. We'll talk about that a little bit too. But, yeah, once we broke this 65, 62, I put lots back on, and then I just started scaling. Scaling. So I took one off here at 66. Didn't scale at all. Added another one here at 74. And then I took one off at 84. And then I put one back on here at 81. So now we're sitting with two lots trying to see what NQ wants to do. It's a little less clean, trendy. But if you look at this, I mean, it doesn't get a lot cleaner trend than this. I like that. These ads are good. I don't want to get too excited for this day, but this is the press the highs day setup for me. So I'm gonna press them until till it ain't working anymore. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, that's pretty much it. NQ is not as fun, not as clean. It's tough to flip between two, but I really wanted to buy that this 960 area. There was a lot of stuff going on down here. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have stopped out of that, but this is looking less trendy to me. Now that we're holding above 24K, which was a really strong reaction at prior day high. So yeah, so I bought it here, scaled one, and then I just let this go, which, hindsight doesn't look as good, but, we were well back inside of this. I figure we at least get to VWAP or down here, and I already had risk on ES, so I'm not trying to stretch the margin, There's no need to push your margin limits unless you're really trying to party. Good morning, Lolo. Good morning. Does this blood red thing you sent mean that you are red, or you would like selling to happen? Which part? Wix is good. Good. Yeah, Justin, I traded both. I typically do. I have a micro on from 9:45. I usually have like one or two micros that I'm trying to get, large pieces of the day on, just on the side. Sometimes I'll also hedge with those. That's something I'm trying to learn. I don't quite understand what Pax is talking about when he talks about that, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I think that there's some edge there that I can use as far as positioning goes between different accounts. So how do I say good morning to that dog lady? Well, I'm usually running, and when I'm running, it doesn't look very fun or cool. Look very awkward and goofy. Surprise. But yeah, I'm just usually running. I just say good morning as I run by. I run on the road And most of the dog walkers are always on the sidewalk. But what state am I in? Are you trying to come hang out, Sam, or? Is the dog lady cute or pretty, Mark? That's a strange question. Her dog is quite old. Her dog is 13. I learned that today, and has arthritis. But the walking helps her dog. So, yeah, that's a session view up, bud. Was it? Or who asked that? No, Mark. She's she's an older lady, but she's fine and nice. I missed a question. Damn it. How'd that question go away? Somebody asked me about the volume profile. Did you delete it? Why can't I can't focus on this chat today. Oh, there it is. Fractal. Yeah, that's the session VP. Yep. RTH. I mean, if we're talking about the same session, this is RTH volume profile. I don't keep a 24-hour up. I've always split them. In the beginning of the morning, I'll look at the I'll occasionally look at the Globex one, but not really. I really don't. Not too often. Yeah, Joe, having to run two ideas at the same time between two indices is, yeah, it can be tricky. It's often not worth it. There is a lot more upside left in NQ today if it wants to hold above 24K and get to like that news spike from yesterday, yesterday's overnight high, or its previous all-time high, or its all-time high right now. So for that reason, I'm happy to add into this ES position, because they're going to work together if they're going to pull it off. And unless the Dow decides to like truly die, and that would make ES kind of balance up here, then everybody should be on the same page. This is my personal account today. I swap out between them. I think that using prop accounts that are simulated is, a valid way to still trade and add some leverage to your life that is, cheap but comes with strings attached. So I do both. Sometimes I'll trade in the morning on my personal account. I always start the day with my personal cash account. And then if I've gotten, a fair chunk of loot out of that, or I plan to be done for the day and then come back in the afternoon, oftentimes when I come back in the afternoon, that's when I'll switch to a prop account, which is either simulated or some of them I've been live with before. I'm not currently live with anybody at the moment, but could change. Never know. Yeah, Adam, I trade for a living. Unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately. I was in such a good mood today, I fired off another email to LMNT about trying to get us free soda waters. So, Sav, if you're watching, I'm still working on it. Not going to give up. Yes, Sav, the dog is cute. It's old, though. It's quite old. Like, she's got some hip stuff going on. But she wears sunglasses every day, the dog. So she looks like, and they're like Oakley's. She looks like Val Kilmer. It's pretty cool. That's why I've been trying to talk to this lady. And we'll talk to the dog because I'm like, man, this dog is cool as hell. Why won't this lady wave back to me? Yeah, and the lady was like, I was like, how is this dog keeping sunglasses on? And she's like, she's always worn them. She loves wearing sunglasses. It's just what she's up to. I was like, this is the coolest dog. Yes, that dog has aura. Jose says, if you mentor me, I will provide you with unlimited amount of Pepe memes. Jose, I hate to tell you this, but I'm already really, really good at finding Pepes. I am one of the few people I know that are excellent at finding and stealing rare Pepes. I love those stupid frogs so much that if you look very carefully in the back, look what's up here. I have a Pepe painting painted by this woman who I forget where she's from. She's from Georgia, like the country. And she paints custom Pepe the Frog paintings. And that one back there is Wall Street Pepe. I think it's like Gordon Gekko inspired. Hey, thank you, Sir VWAP. I appreciate you, bud. Sav made me go get more headshots again because all my headshots are from when I had long hair and looked like a scumbag. So I had to get a haircut for that. So, yeah. And Q's partying now. Oh, MMS question. Sorry, missing good questions. Today's all about the chat today. I'm going to be focused. I have this one position on. We're going to get out here. Nice. Cool. Look at that ad working, baby. All right, so we will dial this back down to 1. Now we got one lot on. And yeah, I like it right there. We'll keep chilling. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing any questions. Today is question day, chat. Okay, Econ Share says, do you anchor the VWAP at the exact open or the open low? It is anchor, or if you're talking about the RTH VWAP, that is from the exact opening print. I will occasionally anchor a VWAP throughout the day based on a low or a high, but my RTH VWAP is based on the opening print. Yeah, Celiac. I've used props that have sent me to live accounts a couple times. That has happened. MM says, still, I have the PAX OR indicator and have one set to RTH session, and I added a second one for the Globex OR. That's interesting. How have you found that helps you? Oh, look at this. Woo! Ripping, baby. We'll see. Yeah, Business Duck has been talking. I mean, he's very busy right now selling and buying. He's got a lot of business to do, but the production team told me that Business Duck is around if I want him to show up. Maybe later. Let me get through these questions. If we slow down, maybe Business Duck can show back up. This is looking good. So we're looking at 2470. So this is Chris's target right here. This is where he was trying to get to. You can see there's like some reaction up here too. So this is, I can't go back far enough, but this is that spike. Perfect. Nice trade, Chris, if you're watching, homie. Very nice trade. And yep, just like we imagined, we're going to stay in this. in this ES long, and that paid us just the same because they finally synced up and started to party. So if NQ can get to 24,070 ish, that's new all-time high. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else we got? William Stowe, thanks for being here. Hey, you're welcome. I like to be here. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be here. That's the beauty of getting able to do whatever the hell you want to do all the time. But this place is awesome, and I appreciate you for being here. Do I trade stocks? Nope, sure don't. I like to trade order flow. The thing I like about futures is everything exists in a centralized exchange, so I get to see all the orders. I get to see everything that everybody else gets to see. This is as level as of a playing field as you can get as a independent trader. So that's why I like futures. I do have some some cheap Fidelity, automated thing that just like sucks money and it just does what it does. I have one for us. And I have one for the kid that's more aggressive because, she's 6. She can afford to be a little more aggressive with her portfolio than me because I'm old, she's young. But nah, I don't trade those. Junior Smith asks what broker. I use the NinjaTrader brokerage for my personal account. Rob K, what is my mileage up to? I'm at like 20 right now, base. It doesn't include walking. I'm doing a lot of walking. I'm doing like 4 runs, 2 walks with walking in addition on the run days. So I'll also do like a 45-minute walk in the afternoon if I've run in the morning. It really has been helping me not get hurt, I think. But thanks for asking, brother. What else we got? I don't know, Dan. That dog seemed to really like those sunglasses for real. I don't know. I think the dog likes it. I've seen some dogs get dressed up that don't look like they're having a good time. This was not that situation. All right. John Gold, yes, there is a way to reach out to the painter lady. Her name is Pepe Angelo, and she's on Twitter, and then she has a website too. She is awesome. I don't have any, don't have an affiliation or anything, but she is so cool. She hand paints they're printed, and then she adds hand painted touches. She'll do frames, she'll do anything, and she has like a billion different ones. But she sent it to me. It takes a long time to get to because like it's art. It takes her a while to make it. She sent it to me and it was wrapped so beautifully. She sends you the paintbrush that she painted it with. It's so cool. But yeah, Pepe Angelo. I'll go retweet something that she did just so you can see her. But yeah, hit her up because she rules. Jacob says, I'm curious about your order flow chart. Do you have to subscribe to the whole order flow subscription, or can you pay for certain indicators and add-ons individually? So a lot of this is order flow labs, which is, a third-party indicator that you just subscribe to the whole thing, and then you get a suite of tools that is, really expansive. The volume profile and the delta volume profile I'm using are both order flow labs. And then also the MGI, these blue boxes here, which are single prints, They are also part of the Order Flow Labs suite of tools. It's honestly the only thing I've ever endorsed. And because I don't endorse anything that I wouldn't do myself. If you see me doing something, then it's because I support it. If you see me not doing something anymore, it's because I don't want to do it anymore. I've always been super clear about that. So take that for what it's worth. I back Order Flow Labs and all of their hard work. They're legitimately amazing tools that have drastically helped my trading for the better. But yeah, just go to that Order Flow Labs website and you can hit them up if you want to. There's also free tools that are in there too if you just want to poke around and try some of the free stuff. Let's see. I keep losing it. Cool. There we go. Samuel says, "Hey, Sto, how did you learn how to trade and what got you into this industry?" I learned how to trade just poking around on YouTube. I've embarrassed Deli with this enough, but I'll say it again. He was one of the first videos that I found, and I'm quite lucky that it was it was him and not someone else. And yeah, I just slowly started to try to figure out how to build a strategy, what works, what doesn't for me. Yeah, so just honestly, just trial and error, which is kind of how I do everything, unfortunately. It sucks, but like I'm just that kind of person. I need to make a lot of mistakes before I'm willing to, admit that something is working or not working. So yeah, just that. I got into trading full time because I had to. Lost my job of a very long time for reasons that were out of my control, unfortunately. And I'd been working on this as a side quest for years. And I was like, all right, well, time to see if, sink or swim, baby. So trying to swim. Jai says all that mass absorption ended up being pointless. Laugh my ass off. No absorption is pointless. None of this is pointless. Absorption doesn't always mean that price is going to reverse there. The only thing absorption is showing you is positioning in the market. You have to be willing to be open-minded about what that result of that absorption is going to be. Especially if you want to trade order flow, you have to be willing to flip your bias around all the time. And you can't just look at order flow. You can't just look at, delta and think that you're going to get something out of it just by itself. Because there's delta all over the place, all over the screen constantly. It doesn't mean anything all the time. It's just buying and selling, right? If you get to a spot of absorption, it's only absorption that resulted in, if price turns around there, then, that person absorbing all those lots wins. And, now they're on sides. If price goes through that absorption, then buyers still want price higher. So these are both signs. Absorption is it's less of, it's not a signal at all. If it's anything, it's just a sign to pause and see what someone is up to. And sometimes that someone is a seller and buyers are trying to get through it and they are not able to get through it. Sometimes that's a seller and buyers are trying to get through it and they do. And then price goes higher. Either one. Yes, we are in an uptrend, Chris. We sure are. Yeah, John Doe, Painting the Tape is coming out September 15th. We'll have 2 new episodes that'll be up on Sunday. I think that's the 14th. And then, yeah, all thick, fingers crossed. Website will be good to go for the 15th, which is Monday. I should have the first episode of I should have the intro episode of Stowe course done. I've got it all laid out. I just need to find a good way to record it that the background removal tool on a couple of platforms I've tried so far like isn't very good. I keep glitching in and out, and I really want the videos to just be just mostly the chart and like I'm just a floating head off to the side. So yeah. Tyler asks, can I go over the NT MGI tool? So the MGI tool is an order flow lab study. And it just plots all this MGI that you want it to plot. Simple as that. It also allows you to highlight custom areas of the screen. So like I have used the MGI tool to show me this 30-second London opening range. Not that there aren't other ways to do that, maybe, but if there are, you know, I'm not aware of them. But yeah, that's it. Hey, no problem, William. No problem. Shaq, what is the indicator that you are using for red and blue team? That is a delta volume profile, and that is an order flow labs add-on as well. No, Jose, I don't plan to run a marathon. I just like to run in the neighborhood. I just like to run by myself. I don't have any interest in doing a race or getting weird like that. It's just not, that's not fun for me. I like to listen to audiobooks and run. It's a way that I get my reading in and exercise in. Like I'm pretty busy, dude. So that's what I use that time for. That's my peace. It's my chill time. So nah, I don't do that. Plus races are expensive. It's like a couple $100 and then you're like, there's all these people here. That ain't for me. Young Bleezy says, have you officially given up shorting? Yeah, kind of. I think I talked about this the other day too. So if I'm repeating myself, sorry. But like, just because I see a short setup doesn't mean I have to get good at trading it. If it's net negative for me, I could just not be in a position there, you know? So there's ways for me to see short setups and use them to my advantage without having to actually trade them. And I think that's kind of where I'm getting to. Like, I don't work for anybody. I don't have to do this all day, which is a benefit of being a, independent trader. So like, I don't have to be in a trade. I don't have to be managing positions if I don't want to. I get to decide that. So yeah, I mean, today is my day to press. You guys are seeing it here, long here, scale, long here, scale. I'm just riding these rotations until they quit. So today I'm going to hang out all day. Luckily I'm on stream too. So you guys get to hang out with me. But if this was just a normal day, I would still be partying by myself. My wife yelled down earlier. She's like, are those good yells or bad ones? I'm like, they're good. They're good ones. But yeah. Matt said, who proposed first, me or Leo? It was me. I proposed first, if I'm being honest. JP says, do you and have you used volumetric bars? I don't know. Is that are those volume bars? Is that another way to say volume bars? I feel stupid asking that question. Hey, JM. Good morning, brother. JM asks, can you explain a bit about what legs mean? Does it have to do with rotations and delta? Getting used to this technical language. Yeah. It's just jargon, dude. A leg is a rotation. It's whatever. So like, we use a rotation calculator in Order Flow Labs. It does, fractally things. I don't know what the hell it does, frankly. Like, I don't know what a lot of those, what a lot of smart things do. But I use them anyway. And right now, the average rotation size in ES is 10 ish, 10.14. So it's just a good idea to see, like, all right, so if we go leg to leg here, and by leg to leg, I just mean rotation to rotation. This is just a way to look at price action. So you see, like, we rotate up, pull back, rotate up, pull back, rotate up. This was kind of a pullback for ants here. So expecting this to eventually come back here at some point, which would make sense. Check this ledge, unless it's really strong and it's just going to keep going. You don't know until it happens. But I bet if we look, these are probably 10. So this is 71 to 86. So it's actually more like 15, which, if you remember, Uncle Pax uses 15-point rotations. So just something to think about. But yeah, it's all the same shit. It's just like, it's just another way to say rotation, leg to leg, rotation to rotation. Chat's moving fast today. What do we got? Yes, I gave up shorting. Here's JM's question. Yeah, Serve You Up. It's going to have stuff from all of us. So, like, Leo's playbook is going to be on there. This weirdness that I'm up to is going to be on there. XY is going to showcase his stuff. Nick's going to showcase his stuff. It's going to be everything. So it will be a ton of content from all of us. Plus, podcast episodes and all the fun stuff. So, and we all trade differently. So, I think it'll be cool. I'm excited to see, them dive into their own processes too, because I learn from my friends all the time still, like every day. Oh, thanks, Jam. I appreciate you. Sam asks, what is my target price on this trade? I do not have one. I'll get out of it once the trend ends, but like I'm more looking at where am I going to add responsibly, and that is, down here. If I see this tested and we stay up here in the +1, I'll probably add there. Yeah. Yes, Knox. I only listen to audiobooks. I was told by a doctor that that's the same as reading, so it counts. I guess 6,600 would be a nice place to go. This could be one of those days. I don't remember a trend day. I don't remember roll week trend days being a thing. They might be. I don't know. I would be like, I'm hesitant to root for that. We've already got like a pretty big move out of this today. Our ADR on ES is 41. We're in a 43-point range. I'm sure NQ. Actually, no. NQ has a lot more in the tank. NQ's ADR is 196, and the range is 136 right now. So we still have enough juice to go get that all-time high if we want to today. This Carlos guy is just like saying words. I don't know if this is if these are questions. Let me know, dude. Casper, where do I trade place my stop losses on trades? Yeah, wherever usually. So like if I'm adding, it just depends on what's going on. I typically have a 3 to 4 point stop on an ES trade and a 15-point stop on an NQ trade when I enter. And then, I'll just like move them around. So right now I'm hiding this stop down here below this LVN. I'm going to try to watch this and see what these turkeys are going to be up to. See if we get a spot to add here. But yeah, it just depends. Like right now I'm trailing a stop, We're in an uptrend intraday. We're in a pretty big one. So I'm just riding that for now until it's over. What time we got? 11:40. Trying to see. NQ is kind of coming back down to a decent spot here too. Yeah, cool. We'll put another one on. I'll keep this pretty tight too. But yeah, it depends. Lido, you want to see my single print settings? I just have it set to display developing areas. So I mean, there's no settings to make on that on that study. You just set it. It's just, are there single prints or are there not? And then you can see them once they're developing, which means that like before the next period closes, or you can only have them show up when that single print is confirmed. You get to pick that part, but other than that, there's really not anything to show. PNW Life, would my setup work with Chris's method of using wedges? Yeah, Chris's wedge method is that's just consolidation. And it's just like, oftentimes you'll see me get into red team, blue team conversation. Like that's what he's seeing that too. So like he just has a different visual way that works for him to see it. And that's kind of the whole game, is just like, how do you need to find a way to visualize the market in a way that works for you. And yeah, that's a very cool way to look at the, consolidation, because that's all that like red team, blue team stuff is. It's just delta consolidation. It's buyers and sellers at a price. And then when price leaves it, one of those teams won. Same thing with the wedge. Like it tightens up, price leaves, it either breaks down or continues, same theory. Oh, thanks, Hood Rich. Appreciate you, bud. Some days it's ugly. Some days it's okay. Just try to have a better day today than I had yesterday. It's all you can do. This life's hard, There's a lot of all the negativity and horrible things in the world, It's really important on days like this to find a good win for yourself, find, moral victory, like, dude, my spirit exploded when that lady said hi back to me today. Like, if you can make those little side quests for yourself, you'll never really be bummed out in this world. That's all you have to do. What's the most contracts I've ever traded? 4. I think 4. Yes, not NQ. I probably had 4 NQ on. It's a little. I mean, that's too much. That's too many for me. That makes me squirm a little bit. Not super into feeling uncomfortable in a trade. So I don't mess with that. Nelson, it's just orderflowlabs.com. I'm pretty sure. Lito says you have it, but it doesn't show like yours. Yeah, let me check. Okay, so actually, this is a free study. And here you go. So yeah, you can put this single print study on your chart, totally free if you want to. And here you go. So yeah, Lito, if you need this, just screenshot this, or just remember the time that I'm putting this up here. And there you go, bud. I just added here at 6586 mm. It's kind of looking like we're fading out of the trend. This is, yep, definitely some healthy selling. Both teams fell out of their respective places there. Let's see. Let's watch the DOM here. NQ also coming down to previous day high at this moment too. Let's see. All right, so we just had this leg reset too. This is the other reason I like using a leg-to-leg delta volume profile. If you notice, we had not gotten a 10-point rotation down for the entirety of the day until just now. So now we have seen our first 10-point rotation down. We're still obviously in a grindy uptrend, but now we've left this volume up here. So I'm watching NQ. Blue jean pocket. Stand in the land. Gothic. I don't like that we lost this, but I remember these are just imaginary lines. It's just a guide. And I'm going to show you what I'm looking at on NQ. NQ came down, hit its IB. Now it's doing this. So if NQ can get back inside, it's going to drag ES back inside too. Or not. Okay. I'm going to flatten. I don't like NQ kind of failed to get back in right away. I will get back in this. Trade if we're back above 65.86. And make some headway and then come back. And so if we keep developing this, but this was like a scratch ad right here. Let's see. That's a stop, 88 to 84.50. Yeah. So this is a good place to scratch that that position. It's the point of control. You know, I'll let this thing figure itself out. This is good spot to add down here. I'd like to see this LVN get tested. Or if, you know, price gets back above here, I'm happy to get in again. But I think that's a good enough run for the day. I'm good, Jesse. I'll buy it again, bud. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't have a problem putting it back on. All right, what do we got? Do I trade gold? No, I certainly do not. I do not trade gold. Gold does not like me. Not one bit. I just trade two things. I think two markets is a lot to look at. And I kind of look at the Dow, so I don't know. No, I don't need to trade it. This is plenty for me. People get into this thing. I don't know. I've gotten into this argument on the internet a bunch of times where it's like, oh, you should learn other markets for when your market slows down. It's like, no, I shouldn't. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. All right. So that's what happens when you put when you have your NQ strategy on and not your not your ES strategy. That's funny. we do not need a 15-point stop loss on ES. Let's see, 350. I mean, those buyers kind of showed up there. I could probably get this to 91 at least. We'll see. See how tight I can keep this. 82. Let's say 87. NQ really started to lift. That's why I got back in this right here. Yeah, we'll just keep one on. That's a good risk. 5 to 6. That's pretty nice. If we want to get back, if it's going to come bang us out, we'll put it right there. There we go. Yeah, 2 points. Do I trade monthly options? No, I do not. I do not trade options. This is it. This is what I trade. I trade ES futures and I trade NQ futures. Also the micro version of those. Sean, you round tripping this? There's a fine line between, here's the thing. I don't try to worry about if I'm round tripping something or not, if I'm in this trend environment, because that is the epitome of being results oriented for me. And that puts me in a really weird headspace when I try to think like that. So I'm not trying to think about this money. I'm just thinking about the behavior that I'm seeing between NQ and ES. And this is what these are my trend signals, right? Like VWAP's doing this. This is my trend day. I'm inside of it. So until proven otherwise, this is what I'm up to, for good or for bad. So here's NQ. NQ's doing the same thing, right? It came down, hit its IB high. Now it's back inside of this. It's also trying to make, volume exist up here. So that's it. That's all I'm doing. Oh, I forgot to mention this too. This week, roll week. I mean, it's next week really, but it's starting now. I was actually surprised. Ninja told me to roll NQ today. I wasn't quite ready to do that, so I didn't. But the thing you have to remember if you are an order flow trader and we are inside of roll week is that you are only looking at half of the equation of all the order flow that's going on. Because as contracts roll from one to the other, like it becomes much harder to play order flow in general on this week. Your edge, my edge, is basically cut in half, if not more. And it's already, a small edge to begin with. Like I have a tiny edge that I'm exploiting. So be aware of that when you're in these trades and like you're like, oh, like I'm seeing absorption, I'm seeing whatever. It means a lot less right now because two contracts exist. There's order flow on both of them. Once we get out of September and into December, then it's going to be a lot more productive to read order flow. But for now, it's not really. So keep that in mind. So grain of salt on order flow stuff for the next week and a half. Hey, thanks, PNW Life. I appreciate you, bud. Have a good day yourself. Lido, so I have on ES, it's set to reset every 10-point rotation down or up. So ES is 10 right now. For NQ, I use 60. But that being said, we all use different ones. I like 60. Leo uses I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think he uses I'll ask him later. He'll be on with me this afternoon. I think his is smaller than mine. I think his is smaller than mine. Hey, Chris. Yeah, no worries. Chris asked, can I explain why the use of volume tick bars versus a 2-minute chart? What volume bar settings do I prefer? So I'm still figuring it out with ES. I've got 3,000 on for ES. I was going to change it, but then I kind of like it today. So I don't know. The reason I use volume is it gives me more of a feel for, how fast price is moving. Because these bars exist based on how many, the volume of the bar, right? So it's not locked to time. If you have time charts, then there could be a 2-minute candle that has 4,000 lots in it, and there could be a 2-minute candle that has 1,000 lots in it, and there's no way to know the difference. All you're looking at is the shape from that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like they all reset in 2-minute increments, no matter what. So when I see a bunch of candles printing, I know that the volume is picking up, and the speed at which those candles are printing helps me understand when volume is coming into the market, when volume is leaving the market, just in like a pattern recognition sort of way. Yeah, Jeff, yes. Roll week is weird. It makes the DOM weird. It makes stuff weird. It's a good time to chill, honestly. It's a good time to give yourself a break. Take your A+ setups, get out of here. It's beautiful. It's September, man. Like, go outside. Where I live, it's about to suck for like 5 months. So, yeah. And no problem, Chris. That is what I'm here for, my friend. Thanks, Matt. I'm glad you got my joke. Appreciate you. I can't waste an opportunity. If I see a pitch floating towards me, the softball fat pitch, it's very hard not to swing at it. I have self-control, just not that much. Hey, Radish, good morning, homie. How are you? Oh man. Hey, well, we made it to noon, so that's cool. Thank you for hanging all morning with us. Yeah, it's been a fun day. We'll see what happens this afternoon. I'm gonna try to hold on to this idea. I'm probably gonna trade quite a bit, so we'll see where I get with my trend day. If it breaks down, if it continues, how much gas does NQ have left in the tank? All that good stuff. Come check back on me at 2:30 Eastern time. I'll be here with Leo and the big cat, Leo the tiger, and we're gonna trade the close. So yeah, thanks for hanging, chat. Appreciate you guys so much. I'll see you in a bit.